Right, we're live. That's a thing. This is what we did last stream. I'm pretty happy with it overall. Design, composition, or design's not amazing. Storytelling not amazing, but I am a big fan of the lighting. And that was my goal was blue lighting or cool lighting, not neat, not the opposite of neat, but cool as in temperature wise. So blue, or even just like a white. This is basically a white light. It's just an exaggeration of a white light. But it has that cool feel to it as opposed to the warm feeling. And yeah, I'm really happy with it. I'm also it's an interior and that's a little unusual for me. So I feel like I already was pushing the boundaries of typically what I do, at least on stream. So I'm happy with it. And I want to do that again. I want to do the same thing. Not obviously not the exact same thing, but cool lighting. I want to keep doing this lighting. I don't know if you want to call it style. It's not a style. This lighting. I want to keep doing cool lighting. I might do an outerior. That's not the word. An exterior, as opposed to an interior. An outerior. It should be called that. But yeah. So I'm just gonna jump right in. And also, I made the I posted this to Instagram, which is rare. I don't normally make... Well, actually, that's not true. I do make I think I posted it. I haven't even double-checked to make sure it actually posted. Yeah, it posted. There it goes. Oh, look, we already have a bot comment. Yay. Just kidding. It's dumb. Anyway, here's the link. Not that anyone cares, but... There be a link to the old gram. Anyway, yeah, I'm happy with it. I want to get better at posting sketchy things, and I think my solution is going to be to keep the border if it's like a sketchy painting. That way it looks more sketchy, and that way it's not like... Maybe this is just the me issue, but you guys know, like, do you ever feel like the way that you paint, like, because I'm painting as opposed to drawing, my sketches are in color, and there is some like subtle rendering, right? Not much, but a little bit. And then my finished work is also in color, and there's also some rendering. And like, I don't know if it's as easy to tell. It's not like here's a line sketch and here's a finished colored piece. Like, the difference between them aren't as big. And so I like differentiating them a little bit, even if it's just like having a different border or something. I don't know. I feel like it helps send the message that, like, I could invest more time into this if I wanted to, as opposed to here's, you know, my best thing I've ever made, right? You know what I mean? So that's the thing. All right, double checking that everything is live and going good. Okay, it is. So yeah, I'm just gonna jump back in. I think for this one I will do maybe an outdoor scene. I don't know. I kind of like doing the interiors. I don't really. Maybe we'll start with like a hallway scene. Let's see. I was thinking about reversing this and doing like a warm interior, but have most of the scene be an exterior. So like having like a blue, like blue would be on the, or I'm saying blue, but cool would be on the outside. Maybe like that. Maybe there's like a big old window here. And then warm would be on the inside, but just like a sliver. That's not... We'll go like that. I don't know. Maybe not. But like, what if this were a hallway? No, because then it's still going to feel like a warm painting. That's the thing. It's not really about how much warm and how much cool. It's more about like the emotional state of it, right? And if we're in an interior and the interior is warm, I think it's going to feel warm regardless of how much of the scene is warm. You know what I mean? Because like we are inside, and so we put ourselves in that, like, we view the scene from the perspective of the viewer, right? We don't put ourselves outside the window and think, oh, it's a cool scene because it's cool outside, right? Yeah. Anyway. Even if 90% of the image is indeed cool. Druffzilla, how's it going? Hello, hello. Oh, my tea is too hot almost to pick up. So, maybe, I don't know why this is even worth bringing up. It probably isn't. But when I buy tea, so I buy, like, if I buy a package of Earl Grey tea, not loose leaf, but just with the tea bags, they always do, like, they put, like, a one extra tea bag of a different type in, and they always put it as, like, a sampler to, like, get you to branch out and buy more stuff. I always use that one first. Like, it's like, ooh, I'm in the mood for some Earl Grey. Oh, I guess I'm having this other tea today because it's in there. I don't know why. It's funny, and I get excited for it. Like, I could just buy the other tea, but I get way more excited when it's like an extra and it's tucked into it's a sampler. I don't know why. It's so silly because, like, I could have just bought. Actually, I think I might even have some of that tea, and yet I get excited every time I get the sampler. It's like the toy in the box, except you have a giant, you know, it's like a kid who has a giant mountain of toys already, or a big box of toys, and then they get the and then they get the toy in the cereal box and they get all excited, but like, your brass cup, is that some special kind to make the tea taste more pure? No. It's just a basic ass cup. There's nothing special about this cup. Other than it's probably not good for tea because it's hot as heck and it is metal and metal conducts heat and then it burns you because it's too hot. Anyway, so yeah, no, it's not a good teacup, but it's what I use. It does let me know when it's at a good temperature to drink though, because if I can pick it up, I can drink it. No, I am not a tea purist. I don't give a crap about the perfect tea or anything. I just dump some tea, dump some water, dump some milk, and it's good. I am not, yeah, nope, not fancy when it comes to tea. Not here. Or most things, really. I don't think I'm... Typically, I'm not nitpicky over stuff like that. If I like it, I like it. That's what matters to me. Also, what am I doing here? Let's paint an outdoor scene. Let's get the ball rolling with going back to my roots. Not really. It's my roots. Actually, it's not. Some of the first paintings I ever painted were of characters. I think the first digital painting I ever made was of a character. And maybe even the second digital painting. Actually, yeah, a lot of my early paintings were of characters. It's not because I don't think it's because like I liked characters more. I think it's just for me. I think it was easier initially to come up with an idea for a character. Like, oh, here's a character who's a fighter and he's wearing he has a sword or a spear, and it's like that to me has character. Like, it has story automatically, and you don't have to try because like, your character has a profession, right? It's a firefighter, it's a whatever, it's a fighter, it's a person who fights not fire, a regular fighter, a warrior, you might even call them. But yeah, so to me, I think that was a big part of it. And then eventually, also perspective is hard, and so not knowing how to do perspective, but not that anatomy's easier. Arguably, anatomy's harder, but I think there's something about... I wonder what that is. Why do beginner artists... I mean, I think it's just because people like to paint characters, but also... I think I like to paint characters, I think, because I maybe perceived them as more approachable. Because it didn't feel like they were so daunting. But in hindsight, I feel like it's the opposite, kind of. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe environments are more. I think like mentally environments are more scary, but sort of in practice, there's a lot more wiggle room for getting things wrong, in my opinion. And so you sort of like emotionally it feels more approachable for a character. There's also the story, it feels more easy because you have like a story or a character already. Whereas without that, it feels like this void, and you don't like. So I think it's hard to wrap your head around it mentally for an environment. But once you actually do it, it's basically like it's literally putting a few shapes into a scene. You know, big, medium, small, or something. Getting a foreground, midground, background, right? Some basic perspective. And yet, I guess composition maybe is scary, and it's kind of a thing. I don't know. I don't really understand why. Dressel says like we easier relate to them. I think so too. I think it's easier to get an emotion from a character, like easier to relate to them. Yeah, an environment has to be very vibey for it to convey an emotion. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Because in terms of like actually making them sort of read well, I actually feel like characters are harder because like it's immediately obvious if you are a, you know, if you know anatomy or not, right? Like it's such a precise thing with anatomy that it's very clear that you don't really know your stuff. Like skill wise, I feel like it's way harder. But in terms of like approach, I don't know. Maybe I'm still wrong. I do want some sort of light in here, but just a little bit. We could do like a bit of a warm lighting up here. I definitely want light in here. No just basic ambient scene. And I am not going to start with an ambient scene and add the light. I know that's not a bad approach, but the reason I'm not doing that is because I actually want to plan the scene with my lighting. But yeah, that's true. I think environments to get the storytelling, you have to like know, not know more, but know less common ways of adding storytelling. Right? It's not that it's harder, I don't think, and I don't think that you have to know more. I just think it's less common because it's obvious what a character when a character tells you a story of who they are, right? Oh, this person's a police officer because they're wearing a police hat. Duh. Like that tells you something about the character. But what's an environment? Like, oh, it's a forest because it has a tree. Like that's not. That's like might as well say it's a human because it has a face. Like that's right. There you're missing the what is it? You know, you're missing the who kind of the character because it has a face. You know, it's environment because it has a tree. Great, thanks for the brilliant insight. I think that's what it feels like anyway. But yeah, it's funny because now I'm totally flip-flopped. Characters are so much more daunting. And I think that's just because I have more of a like a I don't know. I have standards. No, I think it's because I have more of like high expectations for myself. And I like on a skill level. So it's less about just like making fun art, but I also want to make art and push some sort of skill. To me, environments are more daunting. Yeah, I think they are to most people. Maybe. I don't know, except people who do environments. Apparently. So much subtlety in color? I mean, is there though? Is there? Do I have subtlety in my color? I don't think I do. Maybe I do. No, I can kind of see it. I can kind of get it. I feel like there's more improv a little bit in environments because there's more. I mean, it is very much a juggling act, right? There's a lot of pieces. Like you said, it's subtle in the sense that there's lots of interactions. I don't know if that's the definition of subtle, but there's a lot of little interactions. You know, it's like little bits of things where perspective really matters. So a lot of times perspective doesn't matter. But then every once in a while, it's the most important thing, right? And then most of the time, color doesn't matter. But every once in a while, it's the most important thing. And so you constantly have to, like, juggle when do you flip that switch. Anyway, this is my coolly lit scene. Let's get some more cool in there. At this point, I'm just using cool as a substitute word for blue. Let's put some cool in here. We're adding some neatness factor. Obviously, that's not what I'm doing. But also, what if we do this? Do I want that blue light in the back? I mean, I'm kind of thinking, how do I wall this off? But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. How is everybody? Also, my stream should be not doing that. You cut your hair today. Nice. Did you cut it, or did a hair cutter person cut it? A barber, or a hairstylist, or a what do you call them? What's the term for it? No, I just went over it with a trimmer. Nice. Also, what do you call... I guess it's like you go to the hair salon, and then a stylist cuts your hair also, but also styles it. But what if they're just cutting your hair? Do you still call them a stylist? I know typically for men, or at least in my experience, it's a barber shop, and then they cut your hair, but you don't typically call them stylists, which is stupid because it's like it's the same equivalent, right? I mean, sometimes they, certain things offer more or less services. Like there's basic barbering, but then there's also like more advanced stuff. But why? I don't understand. That's a weird, it feels like a weird divide to have it divided into like men and women haircutting. Or maybe that's just where I am. Maybe that's not typically how it is. I don't know. Maybe my town is just small and weird, and I'm just like don't know anything about the world because I'm living in a tiny little bubble. Also, what am I doing here? I'm adding darkness to here, which is kind of fun. Like really dark in the background. Here in Germany, we have three kinds: barbershop, hairdressers, that's the word, and coiffeurs. I don't know that word. I know a coif is like in video games, a coif would be like a thing that you put on your head. Not a helmet, but like a chain top. A thing like a chainmail helmet. That's not actually a helmet. I think that's a coif. Isn't that a coif? I think it's just French for hairdresser. I don't know, but they are usually expensive. Gotcha. I have no idea. Okay, yeah, a lot of the words that I know come from video games. Like I know what the word coif. My barber cuts my hair, styles it, and tucks me in at night and gives me a little kiss. Nice. That's some quality service right there. How's it going, Matthias der Pumpskinig? I don't think I'm saying that name right. How's it going, Matthias? I hope you tip your barber. That's some mighty fine service. I don't think I would want my barber to tuck me in at night or give me a kiss. That would be a little... I don't think that would be comfortable. I don't think that would be a fun time. But I mean, my barber, actually, I'm not picky about my barber. I go to different barbers. But most of the time, because it's the same place, and I just pick, like, I'm not picky about who cuts my hair, I end up, like, it's kind of like a gamble. Like, I have, like, a 1 in 3 shot of having the same person do it. So I've sort of had them all cut my hair at some point. But I don't consider it, like, my barber. There's not, like, one of them. But yeah, I don't think I would want them to do that. But that would be some serious service. I hope you're doing well, Matthias. So these values make no sense. It probably is because I don't know what I'm painting. Now, this painting feels like it's more about the light, which it kind of is. I'm gonna make some shapes here that sort of imply there's like some rocks and some ledges. This is like a snowy environment. Everything's a-okay here. Nice. Glad it's a-okay. Everything's good here too. I'm chilling. Today's a pretty chill day. I slept in. I stayed up late playing video games last night. I hit my all-time rank high in Teamfight Tactics, which is a personal achievement of mine, which is not very amazing, but it feels good to, you know, feels good to... spent the night playing video games and stayed up too late is basically what I'm... Anyway, but yeah, it's, everything's good. I'm actually feeling good about today's painting. Living the dream, seriously. Playing games, staying up late, waking up late, sleeping in, not having to do anything today other than stream. I don't think I should pay taxes. I don't think I'm gonna do it today, though. I need to pay my taxes. It is that season. I don't know when I'll pay my taxes. Within the next week, I think. If I'm not too lazy. I got a while, anyway. I don't need to be, like, super on top of it. I'm trying to make some shapes in here that sort of feel like there's these little cliffs and stuff. And little ledges and rocks. Playing around with small shapes in here, putting little black dots, basically. Has anyone been playing any video games lately? Any good games? Fairly recently, I finished a game called Dave the Diver, which was an amazing game. Well, I say finished, but I am done with it. It was a great game. I'll probably play it again at some point, but super fun game. Just got into Stardew Valley. Awesome game. Great game. Surprisingly similar to Dave the Diver in a weird way. Yeah, no, Stardew Valley is so fun. I've never been, like, up until, I don't know, 2 years ago, I had never played, like, a cozy farm sim kind of game in my life. I was always, you know, I played, like, League of Legends and Path of Exile and what else did I play? Like, somewhat competitive games, so, like, you know, back in the day, Age of Empires, or pretty much whatever I played, I would play on, like, you know, hard difficulty. It was all about, like, min-maxing and sort of, like, trying to compete. If it was against other players, I would compete against them. If it wasn't, I would compete against myself, kind of, or, like, the game to go faster, to beat the harder bosses. And then I played a game like Stardew Valley. And it was the perfect first game for me for that, because it kind of had that quality. Exactly, it had the min-max quality. It had short days, which made you feel like there was time pressure, and you felt like you had to... Oh yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft is there. I like that. But that wasn't originally it. Now I play Minecraft. But yeah, Stardew Valley is the perfect game because it has, like, this... Like, you want to, like, min-max your movement and your actions and optimize how you spend your day, and it was the perfect game for me because it felt like this hardcore sweaty person video game, but it had the disguise of, like, oh, it's a cozy chill game. And of course you can play it cozy and chill, and many people do, but I loved it. It was so fun. And then that kind of got me into just the whole, like, cozy gaming genre as a whole. And I've played, you know, I've played a ton of Minecraft since then. Quite a bit of Palia, which is also like a cozy gaming game. What else have I played? And then most recently, Dave the Diver, which is quite similar. It has like a, you know, you catch fish at night and then have a sushi shop in the day, or reverse that. You catch fish in the day and then have a sushi shop at night, and you try to, like, sell stuff and get new recipes and explore things. Anyway, it's quite a fun game. Highly recommend it. But yeah, it's like those are all kind of chill, cozy games. But I think the Stardew really opened that for me, and it was the first game that I played like that. Hustle grind mindset at work. I mean, a little bit. Like, with video games, I think it's a fun mindset to have because it's like this sandbox where failure doesn't matter. And so being able to push yourself to the point of failure is, like, fun. In real life, it sucks because, like, everything's a risk, and anytime you try something new, there's always a chance of failure, and failure can have, like, real consequences, especially if, like, money's involved. But in a video game, who cares, you know? Oh no, I've lost some money on this new recipe I failed to make because, you know, I wasted an expensive ingredient or whatever. Like, who cares? Like, it doesn't, you know... It's also one of the reasons why I like art, is because if you try something new and it goes poorly, who cares? Like, you've wasted a little bit of time, but not even, because you've learned. And, like, it's sort of this, you're in a little bubble, and I like that. That's one of the reasons I just think I just like games in general. KK Mousy, how's it going? Wasted my precious radish. My radishes. Wait, my cabbages. No, it's my cabbages. Yeah. Yeah. KK Mousy, how's it going? I'm just sitting here drinking tea. This is not an art stream. Good. Nice. But yeah, we're gonna paint some non-warm environments. Also known as cool environments. Although I don't know how cool they'll actually be, but we'll see. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. I think today's gonna be a cozy, speaking of cozy, gonna be a cozy stream. Very chill. Maybe not, though. I'll probably get into some good rants. I don't think I haven't seen or read anything that's given me, like, fuel or inspiration to rant about. I feel like there's nothing on my mind that is triggering me. Even spending time on Twitter and Blue Sky, I haven't seen any rant-worthy stuff lately. Not really. Oh, wait, no, I think I did. I think I saw... Oh, gosh, there was a thing I was going to reply to. What was it? Oh, no, okay, I've seen some unhinged takes about things, but it wasn't enough to rant about. There was a tweet by someone. This isn't actually a rant. It's more of just a funny thing that I saw because it's sort of so adjacent to what me and a lot of people do. But it was a person saying, it was someone, oh gosh, I want to find the tweet. I don't know. Let me find, it was so unhinged. And it was funny because it had the game dev for the game that I play chime in and tell the person, like, you're an idiot, basically. Um, Let me find the... Okay, here's the tweet. It's so stupid. Okay, sorry, I had to find this because it's so dumb. You guys are gonna facepalm. Okay, so this person, I don't know who they are. I've never seen their stuff in my life, but they said having a good idea is 99% of game dev. If someone asks you to make a game and split 50-50 because they have ideas, you should take the deal. Which is basically saying, like, that's like the exact opposite of almost all of the advice that is like the general common wisdom, which is like, just because you have an idea, like everybody has ideas, but like you don't go make the thing for someone because anyway, this is so stupid. And then one of the first replies, this person from Riot Games, Riot Mort, is like, what? No. And then they get into this whole there's so much stuff in here, just like people trashing on this person. Anyway, this is like my comfort food. Um anyway, it's I love seeing unhinged. Anyway, it's unhinged. For those who don't know, doing the work is take like a good idea. How do I even word it? So in art terms, not game dev terms, because I'm not a game dev, but like it sounds a bit like engagement bait. It might be engagement bait, which is why I didn't engage in it. I mean, I did in the sense that I clicked on it and looked at it, but it very well could have been engagement bait. But for those who don't know, this is also true or it's not true, I should say. The opposite is also true in art, where like having an idea in your head doesn't mean you can put it on the page. Not because of a lack of skill, but because the idea isn't necessarily in it. Like, you haven't thought through all the contingencies about what makes it put it on the page. Like, about what it's going to look like in that format, right? Because once it's in a 2D format and there you want to communicate certain emotions or whatever, like that stuff doesn't necessarily inherently exist in the idea. Like it's just like a dream. Like, I want this thing to make you laugh. Great. Do the work and make them laugh. Like, now you have to solve the problem, right? Like, that's not an idea. Wanting something to make someone laugh isn't an idea, right? Hey, Omi on YouTube, how's it going? You think you're late again? You're not late. Anyway, yeah, the process forces you to solve problems, and those problems, yes, you need to have an idea or a vision of some sort to like direct your problem solving. But it's the choices that you make in that process that are quote unquote like the idea, right? Like, otherwise, every movie about prison ever is all just a prison movie, and it's a guy about a guy who gets to prison and then he escapes, right? Like, okay, great. Cool, man. Like, this could be anything from The Shawshank Redemption to the most garbage movie you've ever seen. Like, it could be anything, and it's about, like, how you compose it, how you, the acting, of course, but also, like, what's gonna a little fussing over the details and it making it this way or that way, and it matters, and having anyway, and like you have to make those choices, and it's those choices that end up making it good. Anyway, it's not just some big grand idea. Anyway, sorry, that was my rant. But yeah, so I love those posts because they are unhinged. They are probably a little bit of engagement bait, but also some people genuinely think that. I think the reason it's so engagement baity is because that is a view that genuine people do actually hold. Tetris, for example, that game is 99% good just because of the idea. I don't agree. It's the execution of the idea. It's even in the subtleties in the mechanics. There's other games like Tetris that aren't anywhere near as good. Sure, sound design and music, but it's also the implementation of the game. Does it tick or does it move slowly? Does it speed up at a constant rate, or is it an even rate? Those, I mean, again, you like the implementation of the mechanics matters. Now, it could have been just a stroke of luck, and that's what we're used to now. And it could have just been novel at the time. Isn't that the idea? Well, it's the I mean, no, I think someone could if someone, well, maybe. I mean, okay. I think I'm using two definitions of the word idea here, because I think there is like the vision, which a lot of people would call the idea, right? Because a lot of people, if you were to say, you know, give me the elevator pitch, a lot of people think the elevator pitch is the idea. And if that's what we're using, then no. Tetris is, the execution of it is not the elevator pitch. The elevator pitch might be something like, you know, imagine you have a screen and you have to, you know, blocks will fall from the sky and you need to line them up so that they can create rows, and the rows will you know, you'll earn points for every number of rows that you clear, right? And if you misalign them, then your screen will fill up and you die. That might be how you might explain the game, right? But that's not the choices. There's choices that are made in there. Moving but like fun. Well, no, but I mean, like, you can describe a game as, you know, you have blocks that fall down and you try to align them, and if you don't align them, they blow up and then you lose. But there's so many more choices that are made, from the shape of the blocks to the, you know, the very specific shapes. Why don't they have a shape that is a different shape, right? Why do they only have those basic shapes, right? Why not a shape like this? Why not? They could, but they don't, right? And maybe, you know, if you had this idea for the first time, would you have made all those same shapes? Because it's Tetris. Sure. Because it's Tetris. It's all shapes consisting of 4 blocks. Oh yeah, okay. But see, that's the thing though. Is that in the initial idea? I don't think it probably, I mean, I don't know the origin of that, but it probably wasn't. My guess is at some point they're like, do we make this other shape? And they're like, nah, let's keep it to 4 blocks. And then it's like, oh, well, I guess we'll just use everything with 4 blocks because there's only limited. I bet they didn't start, I mean, they might have started out with that, but my guess is they started out with sort of like, let's have things, you know, going down and you have to align them, right? And you want to build up a tower, essentially. And as you build layers, you gain points, right? That's my guess. I don't know how the original idea came about, but my guess is that that solution probably didn't end up at the start. That's my hunch. I don't know for sure. Obviously, I'm sure there are blogs or stories written on the origin of Tetris. But most of the time, you don't have all the nuance of like, well, what colors do you make it, right? What, yeah, like from the music, like you said, what music do you have? Or what's the speed of them falling? Those things matter when you're making the game. The idea can be simple, but the execution, again, the idea isn't anything special. Again, there's millions of games similar or adjacently similar to Tetris that are, you know, they're similar, right? There's so many games. Yes, maybe Tetris did it first, but I don't even know if that's true. I think there were games around the time that were surprisingly similar. I mean, Tetris was like first probably mass to market game because it, you know, that did the thing. But I don't, like, I feel like there's a lot of, anyway, I don't think it's 99% idea. I mean, I think it's the execution of the idea. Like, it had a good vision, and clearly the choices they made worked well. I just mean, like, literally, like, you know, if you press down and hold it versus press down Does it draw faster the whole time, or does it stop it? You know, if you press down and then let go, does it slow down again? Or does, once you decide to make it start to speed up, does it maintain that speed? Like, there's little choices like that that you have to consider. I think a lot of times when people look at an end product, it feels like, oh, well, it couldn't have been any other way. When in fact, it could have been an infinite number of other ways. And the reason it feels so perfect, and the reason it feels like the idea is perfect, is because they executed on the idea really well. But it's still the choices made during execution that matter. Again, I mean, this is kind of semantics, because whether you call it a vision or an idea, or maybe you call the end product the idea, it doesn't really matter. But I guess the point that I'm making is that, like, the real choices happens during. And then you have to solve your problems. The initial idea is, like, can be inspiration, it can be exciting, it can be motivating, it can make you say, I want to paint a picture. But then you start painting the picture that you had in your head or whatever, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is really hard. And that's where whether or not it's going to be a good image comes from. Not that initial, I want to paint a room. What if I paint a room and there's a kid sitting in his room, and one side of his face is lit with warm light and the other side is lit with cool light, and maybe he's playing a video game. So cool. And a million people could paint that. But once you start designing what game, what is he playing, why is he sitting the way he is? Has he been sitting there for hours? Maybe he has a pile of soda cans piled up because he's been, you know, what do you call it? Like, he's just been sitting there and not moving for hours on end. Like, once you start making choices, then you start, like, nudging it in the direction of, you know, you start developing your vision. Anyway, I just think people put way too much stock in the idea and not in the execution, and even when they use examples of like where it's all about idea, it typically isn't, because it's like the execution ends up being really, really important. You say in its basic state, but you act like it was an inevitability. I don't see it that way. Like, if you were to reprogram from the ground up Tetris without looking at Tetris, just from your memory of Tetris, which is, again, surely the idea, right? I mean, that's more than the idea because you actually have the game. Would you make it feel and play as good as Tetris? Probably not, right? Even if you know what Tetris is ahead of time. Now, not knowing what Tetris is, you're not going to make the same choices. And it's not because you don't have as good of an idea. The idea doesn't always come first. You might have your inspiration, your motivation to, like, make a game where you have to, like, line things up, right? Sometimes the execution comes from, like, you know, limitations, and then you have to solve those problems, and then you just end up with what you end up with because it's, like, the best thing that could have existed for the platform at the time. I guess all of this goes to is the reason I'm saying all this is because I think people look at a thing, see it in its end state, and be like, the idea is so good. And I think that is the wrong way to look at it. There's this you know, again, there's this idea that the idea comes first. It's not how you spell idea. It starts with an idea. And then you execute the thing, and then you say, do it, right? And then this is going to be, the result of that is the big thing. That's not how that works. That's not how any creative, if, like, I mean, you know this, Raphael, you've made paintings. You don't just have an idea and then you paint the idea and it's perfect. Like, you have to make so many little choices that constantly ask you, like what is your, you know, get rid of the term idea here and just do, like, a vision or a philosophy or something. And then your problem solving has to go and ask your idea, like, is this coherent with my direction? Like, is this in line with my vision, right? Let's just call this a vision. Vision is okay, but you still, once you're doing it, you have to be like, the doers are like, you know, is this in line? You know, we need to make a choice here. We have 25 options and we have to pick one. Okay, well, which one is most in line with the vision? These 5, right? These, you know, out of these options, these 3 are the most in line with the vision. And now we need to ask, you know, what's the difference between each? Okay, let's refine our vision. Vision 2.0, right? This one is most in line with our new vision. And we had to refine our vision because we couldn't have made the choice without it. And then we had to pick something, right? And they all would have made a different vibe, right? So now we know a better vision. Okay, great. We keep going. And then, oh, now we come to another crossroads. We have 25 more options. We're going to pick 5, right? Which of these? Well, they're all kind of in line with this earlier vision, but we need to make a choice. Well, let's refine this vision a little bit more. Let's adjust it. It's vision 3.0. Okay, great. We've now made a choice, right? And you keep doing that, and you keep refining it and saying, what do we really want to do? Because you don't know from the start. You don't know what you want to do. There's that iterative process. To say that it started with that vision 1.0, that was the most important thing, it wasn't. Your first initial idea, the thing that made you say, let's make moving blocks drop down the screen and line them up and earn points. I mean, it probably wasn't even that, right? It was probably even more simple than that. But even if it was that, that does sound a whole lot like Tetris. But when you're actually making choices, you have to then be confronted with like, well, what do we do? Do we make it fall this rate or that rate, or this shape or that shape? I feel like there's just way too much. Oh, hello, it's a raid. You caught me at a rant. I was a rantin'. Spacey 3D, the book snail, hello, all the shapes. Right, but there are all kinds of good art, from those that are just aesthetically pleasing, those that convey idea. Oh, I think I missed some comments. Either way, Pepperly says Tetris had some great in-game feel evolutions, and I think that's the point. You can make a Tetris, but can you make it feel that good right away? Yeah, right? I mean, again, now that we know what Tetris is, probably, but also maybe not. It's still going to be hard, even if we know what we're doing. Like, a lot of... You have really well-developed games that are just so boring. Then they're not really well-developed. Right? You mean the idea sounds cool on paper, but the execution sucks? And they end up being not fun? Like, to me, that's ranting about shapes. No, we're ranting about, I was ranting about, like, having a good idea versus, like, the execution of the idea. And how I think having a good idea is kind of a garbage thing. The execution is great, but the idea is just not there. See, I don't think... See, Drefzilla, I think that's not the way that the development process works. I don't think it's just, let's execute on the idea. It's, oh, we have choices. How do we... You know, like, you don't just write a story in a game and make the idea in a vacuum, and then hand a giant thing of papers to the developers and say, make it, and then you just hands-off process. Like, that's not... There's so many choices that have to be made, and at many, many steps in the way, they're like, yes, let's go with this idea. Let's continue this thing. Right? It's like the designers will present choices, and then somebody's like, let's go with that choice. Or the designers themselves will present choices that aren't actually doing the thing that needed to be done, and then the person's like, yes, that one. Right? So it's not... I don't think it's... To say that it's the idea... I mean, sure, maybe it was the art direction, or maybe it was or just any of the direction, not necessarily art direction. Maybe it was the direction, but it's... The direction was still responding to the initial choice. Like, even the art directors are, you know, you'll have some sort of top-level vision, and then people will sort of execute on that vision. But they're not necessarily the ones who came up with the initial vision in the first place. They're still designers and people that are responding to those things. And if they make bad choices, it still might feel like a great, polished game and well done, but it doesn't mean that the initial... I don't know, I feel like... Or maybe I'm just wrong, and the way you're using the idea is like an overall thing. I feel like, when I think of an idea, it feels like people are talking about it like it's a first step. And I think that's just not a good way of talking about it. Like, the idea changes and builds as you build it. And if you end up with a bad thing, sure, you built on the idea and it stayed bad, I guess. But, like, that's so integrated with that design process, it's hard to even talk about it as a separate thing. I almost feel like you can't talk about it as a separate thing. Like, maybe that's what I'm getting hung up on, is, like, people like to talk about idea and execution as if they're two separate things, and I don't think they're two separate things. So I think when people say, oh, the execution's good, but the idea sucked, I don't agree with that. Almost just by principle of how those things work. I don't think that's a statement that even makes sense. And I mean, I get what the person's saying, right? They're saying, like, the story and the goals of the game and the premise and all the things, but then the feel, and when you actually play it, it doesn't feel good. It's like, well, no, that's part of the idea too, right? Like, it feels like you're I don't know. I think these kind of conversations feel like when people say that the idea isn't good, but the execution is, or the idea was great, but the execution was bad. It feels like you're cherry picking, you're creating a divide of good and bad, and then all the stuff that's good you throw into the ideas category, and all the things that are bad you throw into the execution. Or if you reverse those, you say execution was great, so everything that was good about it you throw into execution, and everything that was bad you throw into ideas. And it doesn't matter which one it goes in which, because they're all the same. Like, you can't execute on something unless you know what the idea was, and so if you execute on it, it's easy to say, oh, it's because the idea was so great. They could make the perfect choice. They knew where they were going. Great vision. But isn't that also execution? Like, it's the same thing. Anyway, rant over. What were you working on? I want to know what was going on with your person who just raided. Elysia Griffin. What were you working on today? Like, I think from a project development point of view, there is sort of, I mean, they kind of have to be separate, right? Like, you kind of have, not development point of view, like from a, I don't know, like monetary point of view, like, there's obviously, you go in with an idea, but that's not the idea that you stick to, right? Or it's not the idea, like, it almost doesn't matter what you start with. Right? Yeah, you need some principles. Maybe it's a genre. Maybe it's something, right? There's some foundational thing that you go in with. But a lot of that doesn't matter in the end. Like, I mean, there's obviously, it's like, if you're going to go pitch something to someone, obviously that isn't that what people would call the idea. But in the end, that's, like, not that important. You just need to have some clear, or not even clear, some goals that sound good. I don't know. I was working on making emotes. Oh, nice! Do you want to share what you want to share some? I'd love to see what emotes you do. Man, emotes are hard. As evident by my emotes. I have a few good ones, but most of mine aren't very good. The ones I made myself aren't very good. Yeah, emotes are hard. Also, I don't really like making emotes, but I'm glad you do, because emotes are awesome. Pepperly says, I think they're separate, but going along the same line. Mostly I hear about games that sound amazing, and then you dig into them, and it's just okay, but not fun to play. But if you have a well-executed game, that means the idea was good. So if a game sounds amazing, but isn't fun, then the idea's good, but the execution wasn't. But what about when you have a game that sounds really boring, but it's actually a really joy to play, because it turns out... Like, I mean, imagine... I mean, isn't this, like, super common in, like... No, I think a good... I mean, a lot of things sound terrible on paper, but then they're executed super well, but it doesn't mean that the vision was bad, right? And I think if I can get you to agree that, okay, say take Hamilton. What if we do, you know, like revolutionary, is it Revolutionary War? I don't know. What if we do like the war with hip hop, and all these people in like colonial times almost were actually played by, or or Revolutionary War, whatever, I don't know. Wasn't Revolutionary War. Was it Revolutionary War? I don't remember. What if we take like these Revolutionary War people and combine it with hip hop? That doesn't sound good. Is that a good idea? I mean, it's only good because it was both turned into a good idea through execution, but also the idea was good. Like, it clearly, it feels like if it would have failed, right? Say that the lyrics sucked in Hamilton, the play, right? Say the lyrics sucked, all the songs were terrible. People would be saying the idea was bad. For sure. Right? So it's not a matter of like, oh, idea was good or bad and the execution was good or bad. They're completely they're the same. Because you execute on the idea, and as you make choices and execute those choices, your idea changes and builds and morphs into something new. And you don't always know where you're ending up. That's kind of the whole creative process. If you knew exactly what it was going to look like when you start, they wouldn't be called artists. They wouldn't be designers. You would just tell them what to do. The whole point is that they're making like, they're building the thing that didn't exist, and they're making choices on it in the moment. They're not just a hired hand. I think the way people talk about making things with an idea and an execution make it sound like it's I don't know. That's just not the way to talk about it. To me, that's just the wrong way to talk about it, because that's not how it works in practice. And it always ends up with people naming something and they just cherry pick if, like, idea's bad or execution's good, or idea's good and execution bad. And then you just pick the ones that you want, and in any case, depending on, like, there's kind of a vibe, right? Like, if it sounds cool on paper, the good stuff, the idea is the good thing. If it sounds good on paper, is that what you're saying? But, like, sometimes you have things that sound kind of boring but are amazing, and clearly that person had a good idea if they were willing to go ahead with it. And so do we just give it all to execute? I don't know. I don't think that's anyway, I'm rambling. Emotes are a pain to make, LOL. I'm like, yes, this looks great, and then shrink it down and rage at how it looks like a blob. It's funny. If the idea sucked, then the execution... See, I don't think it's one then the other. You make it sound like the idea sucks, execution... I think you can have a non-existent idea, and then over the course of the process, you can build out the idea and ask the questions and challenge the idea and inform it and morph it. And then in the end, the idea and execution can be good. Now, that's not an ideal process, right? Hopefully you should try to have a better vision than that. But you can... Right? Most projects don't start out with, like, super clear idea. Super good execution that follows the idea, and then the idea is just like they thought it up. That's not how it works. Every idea will change over the lifespan of the development. And you can't give credit to the initial... Like, I think even trying to give credit to that initial idea is a bad way to do it, because sometimes the idea stays nearly the same. Sometimes the idea changes so much that it's unrecognizable at the end, and it's like, what a great idea. In art, sure, but not in game dev. Things change so much in game dev? What do you mean? Have you not heard, like, development, like, seen devlogs and interviews and people talking about development of their games and constantly talking about, redesigning and changing and scrapping things and, like, literally starting a game off in one way and then taking a totally different life? Like, Like, that happens, I mean, I don't know, not all the time. Obviously, again, there's all kinds, right? There's all spectrum. But to think that it's just like, oh, the game, this person has a fully fleshed out vision for their game, from dialogue on down to game mechanics on down. That's not. Like, platformer, but 10 times gravity. I mean, that's like, to me, that feels like a straw man idea, where, like, it's not actually anyone's idea. But I don't think that feels like you're taking an existing game and trying to make it sound dumb. I don't think most people's initial starting point even sounds that bad. And yet, you could make most games sound that bad. But I think I get what Pepperly's saying. You say a sketch is an idea? I mean, I guess, but sometimes a sketch is like, I want to paint something blue. And sometimes it's like, I want to tell a story of a boy who lost his puppy, and he's searching for it. Like, those are very different from I want to paint something blue, and I want to paint a boy who lost his puppy and is... Like, those are both ideas. The initial idea is almost... I mean, I don't want to say irrelevant. Because, obviously, especially in something with, like, a big production when you have multiple people, you do need enough to get started. But once you actually start... I mean, you obviously need a good, what do you call it, like a good management structure and good communication, so that as things are made and choices are made, you can actually, like, you know, like, send them down the pipeline properly, and you can't have different departments working on different things totally, because they do have to fit together. So you obviously need, like, enough of an oversight so that you can call... I mean, maybe you're calling that the idea, the person who is signing off on all the things or whatever. But it also doesn't have to be the same person making all those choices. What were you doing on Twitter, by the way? Oh, I was showing a tweet of that started off this whole rant. I think it was a RageBait post. It was a person who made a really unhinged take that's saying a good idea is 99% of game dev. And everyone was disagreeing with them, rightfully so, because the person was unhinged. And, like, I think the whole framing of idea and execution is just... It feels like the layperson's way of describing something, but in practice it just is never that way. Or almost never that way. And yet, even people who work in the field will talk about it in a way that doesn't really, like that's just not... I just don't think that's the right way to talk about it. Just because it's not... I mean, it's a bit like when artists talk about, you know, I just paint the thing that's in my head. Do you, though? Like, I don't... No, you don't. I mean, kind of, but not really. Like, you're making so many choices that get you there. It's not like... I don't know. I think it's it feels a little disingenuous to talk about it that way. What's the rant of the today? Oh, the rant of today comes from a RageBait tweet. I'm calling it RageBait. I don't know if it actually is. It comes from a RageBait tweet. This. Having a good idea is 99% of game dev. If someone asks you to make a game and split 50-50 because they have ideas, you should take the deal. And then people are, you know, like, the lead designer of Teamfight Tactics is saying, what? No. Anyway, people are... Then they go on to roast him in the comments. And so my... And I'm obviously not in agreement with the post. And in fact, I would go as far to say the initial idea almost doesn't matter. I mean, it does a little bit. But, like, there's so many choices made in the process, and the idea can change over time. I'm trying to think of a game. Like, a lot of games... Oh, gosh. That has to be RageBait. I mean, it has to be, right? But again, the reason I've ranted about it is because there are genuine people who talk about it like that, like the idea, like I'm an ideas guy, there's sort of this idea that like having a big, I mean, especially in the day and age of AI, right? A lot of people think if you have a good idea, that's all that matters, and it's like, well, obviously that's not true, but I almost think it's like the opposite, like you need some sort of, like, again, maybe idea isn't the right word, and I don't want to say vision. You need some sort of, like, guiding principles, right? Like, some sort of design philosophy that you stick to where when you come into a choice, you sort of have things, pillars of, I think someone said it, but, like, having pillars you can sort of fall back on, right? Some foundational goals and principles. It doesn't have to be anything about genre. It doesn't have to be anything about story. It doesn't have to be anything about mechanics. It could just be, I mean, it could be the most vague things that just, like, we want to, the initial idea doesn't matter and things can be changed along the way. I can agree with. Yeah, like, to say that the initial, I mean, I guess what I think when I see people say that, what that tweet said, maybe I'm reading into it and not taking it completely literally. I'm thinking when people say the idea is what matters, I'm reading the initial idea, meaning I have an idea and I'm going to come to you as a designer to build the idea. Right? Or you're gonna build, I have an idea for a house, you're gonna build the house, as if those two things are separate. In most creative endeavors, that's not how it works. Right? You don't just have some person who has an idea and then some people who build the idea. Right? That's typically not, like, if the thing has, I mean, the very fact that there's art directors exist tells you that choices have to be made along the way, right? Like, I guess what I'm getting at is, I think this idea of, like, initial idea, I mean, yeah, if we want to talk about ideas the full thing, then sure, the idea changes and happens throughout, and the initial idea doesn't matter. But I think most people who hold that opinion, that, like, the idea is actually important, or that's super important, or how, they'll prop up movies that they thought were great and say, idea was good, but execution sucked. Or the opposite, right? The idea wasn't very good, but no, that never happens. You don't hear people say that, right? The idea was terrible, but man, that was the best movie I've ever seen. Like that, no one has ever said that, because that doesn't work that way, right? To me, the idea is more like a thing people talk about after the fact if the vibes are good. Like, I don't feel like I don't know. I think the idea is, studio games would be in a heap of trouble if person with the initial idea got all the credit. How is that even determined? Well, yeah, and also initial idea could be anything from genre and maybe a theme, or maybe no theme, maybe literally just genre, or theme without genre. Like, initial idea, I guess my point is, giving credit to the idea feels disingenuous. Yes, there had to be some first mover person who went, to somebody and got some funding, but even that could be a group of people who worked on a thing, or one person who worked on a thing. But, like, by the time it's done, it might not even look like that, and even then, you don't give that person I don't know, it just... But I think the reason I'm stuck on this a little bit is because you do see this a lot, and not just in rage bait posts, but, like, I mean, also not just in AI bros either, but you do, like, this sort of separation between idea, which I'm calling first idea, because I think that's what people are actually talking about when they say that, is, like, the initial idea, the overarching thing behind the thing. They talk about the idea behind the project, or the brains behind it, or, like, as if it's like some big, you had it all written down and then you just had to go and make the thing, right? People are like, right? People will look at something that they thought about right? I had this idea when I was a kid, and now I see this product. No, you didn't. Like, it reminds you of your idea, but they still made the choices along the way, and they developed the thing. Their initial idea probably wasn't even the thing that it was, right? This is like a, I think there's a psychological trick that happens here, because I've seen this before, where artists will say things like, "Doesn't it annoy you when you see someone make your idea better than you made your idea?" And it's like, there's no way that you would have come up with their execution, because they had to make choices that you wouldn't have made because you weren't thinking about the problems that way. Like, I'm trying to think of a better example, like, or maybe one from my own experience, where like somebody will come to you as like for like maybe even a commission, and then they'll say, "This is what I want." They offer you up some really vague thing, and so you kind of just make the thing, but you make it as good and as cool as you can based on the limited information. You expand on the idea a little bit, you build it out, and then you show it to them. They're like, "That's just like I was thinking of it." No, it wasn't. You would have told me all that stuff if it was, right? Like, it clearly wasn't what you were thinking of, but you say it is after the fact, because your vague idea was built on and expanded, and then all you're seeing is like, well, yes, it met the criteria of my vague idea. Well, yeah, literally anything would have, right? Like, but that doesn't mean it was your idea. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of this, oh gosh, there has to be a more like relatable experience than this that I can give it as an example. I can't think of one, but this is like this is like there. I think in psychological terms, I'm pretty sure there's a term for this where like, actually I don't know what the term is. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this. But this is like, I feel like this is almost like the daily struggle of artists, and yet even artists will talk about it as if, and they'll say the same thing. This is just what I was thinking, and it's sort of like this self-deluding thing where it's like you had some basic criteria, and and then somebody took that thing and did 100 times. You know, they took your basic thing, they achieved it, and they kept going. And then you're like, that's what that was my idea. But like, your idea sucked. It wasn't a real idea at all. It was not even a good starting point. And like, anyway, I don't know how to explain it. I'm at a loss for words. But hopefully you guys get what I'm saying. We have Kingdom Hearts and the entire timeline that happened to Final Fantasy 15. Two cakes meme. I don't know the two cakes meme. Game studios would be in a... Oh, I already read that. You can have let's make a better Tetris, but awful programmers. Well, I think the let's do this, but this, I think that is a meme version and a disingenuous way to talk about people who actually think they have good ideas. Like, as much as I like making fun of like AI tech bros and people who think of themselves as ideas people, I don't think even they actually think and talk about let's do this but this. I think that is just like a meme. Let's make Tetris but better. That's not a real idea. No one thinks that's a real idea, right? So that feels like a straw man for the side that we already think are clowns, basically. And I don't want to straw man the people who I'm making fun of, but like, even if the idea sounds like a genuine idea on paper, it's still not the thing that is gonna make the people who have to solve the problems like make good choices when they problem solve. Kingdom Hearts is... I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is completely off the rails is the problem. There's multiple timelines and realities, and it's all Nomura. I don't know what this is. The fandom blames everything on... I don't know what any of that means. Is that like a conspiracy theory around Kingdom Hearts? Sounds like a conspiracy theory around Kingdom Hearts. I feel like we went into from discussion to meaning, and I don't know when it happened and the other started. Hey, Zoomux, how's it going? Chrissy Carson says, Kingdom Hearts is really the opposite problem. You can't have your own idea and do anything with them for as long as you work for Disney. It's the problem that happens where a specific series lasts 25 years and there's a dry spell of 6 years and canceled games and weird twists. Gotcha. I mean, I think a lot of times... I mean, this is kind of tangential, because I think a lot of times the reason, like, sequels and stuff can oftentimes... I mean, I don't know about Kingdom Hearts specifically. I know a lot of times sequels are great, and sometimes even better than the original. But a lot of times sequels suck, especially in movies. And I think a lot of that isn't because the idea was bad, right? If we're talking layperson's term. The reason is because the first movie didn't... They could grow into the thing they are now. The second one can't because they're bound by, quote-unquote, the idea. To use the term idea in this way that I don't like. That's why I think talking about it in terms of idea and execution is so bad. If you take an idea of a sequel, you don't even allow it to grow, which is why, like, if anything, that's you were so forced to stay to some idea that it couldn't actually become good, and in turn the idea ended up sucking. So your desire to have a good idea actually is the thing that made it bad. Because you couldn't let you didn't allow the process to be the process. That's my theory on why so many sequels suck, is because you have this preconceived idea of what it needs to be, and you aren't allowed to play and grow and be experimental and do cool things because and so you can't do the real process of, like, coming up with good solutions to problems that weren't ever asked, because it's not in the scope of the work. You've narrowed it in. But if it's a first-time thing, it looks like, oh, this was the idea from the get-go. It clear vision, straight through. Brilliant work. Perfectly executed, 10 out of 10. But really, you just had a bigger playground and more room to roam, and you had, you know, there's more, like, movability. You know, people could actually try things and do things. I think a lot of times, I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't like the framing of, like, a good idea, bad idea. I think it's just wrong. It's just the wrong framing. I feel like good design, bad design, and it's everything. And good decision. I mean, maybe good decision making, or like the people in charge making choices did a bad. You know, they didn't let the people. They didn't let the actual people with knowledge and expertise make the decisions. And of course, people with knowledge and expertise making decisions doesn't guarantee it's going to be good. But I think if you don't let them, it's almost certainly going to be bad. So it's like you've got to let the creative process be a process and not just kill it with people in suits making choices that completely circumvent the creative process. It was a silly idea. I like the series, but I've been following it since it came out. It's a spaghetti mess. See, I bet there's people who would say it was a genius idea. Ah, there's a... What was that? 5-minute sketch. Perfect. Zumux. Let's do a 5-minute sketch. See, I feel like we're using the word a good idea versus or bad idea as, like, does it vibe with my personal tastes? Like, I like the idea of this big eclectic cast all coming together in a way, you know, like, I think that's really a great idea. And someone else is like, it sounds weird and messy and complicated. It's not a good idea, right? Like, to me, it feels a lot more based on vibes, and it's just... Because I'm trying to think, like, what if we had a movie where it's one dude in one room, or a bunch of dudes in one room, and they talk about a thing that they're not even there. It's all exposition. That sounds like a terrible idea, and then you get, like, 12 Angry Men, and it's literally amazing. But, like, is that a good idea or bad? Well, it's a great idea because it succeeded, or because it sounds cool to you, or it's a bad idea because it sounds boring as heck on paper. Like, I don't think you can talk about it in terms of good and bad idea. One dude in a room, I've seen that movie. Yeah, or 12 people in a room. I mean, whatever, right? Like, I mean, there was a movie about that one dude in a phone booth, you know, called Phone Booth, and I thought it was a great movie. I thought the idea, I mean, again, I don't know if the idea was good or bad. It was a fun movie. Anyway, let's do a 5-minute sketch. This is one way to... what great content for the internet. Okay, where is my timer? Come on, it's literally on my screen. Okay. There we go. Let's go. Timer. Let's start. Let's pick green. Darker green. Less dark green, but with more blue in it. Yeah, I guess to reiterate, just to keep this hot debate going, because people are totally not tired of it, or they are, but I'm gonna keep it going anyway. I think there's a lot of self-deluding going on in this. Like, it feels like like, I'll call it a good idea when I like it, and I'll call it a bad idea when I think it sounds stupid. But the between different ideas of what you think are good and bad, there's a complete lack of consistency. And I think we all do this. I think I do this as well. There's a lack of consistency in our definition to the point where it is almost a meaningless term. Like, we all kind of, I think, understand what other people mean when they say it, and most people are on the same page, but it is such, like, a culturally shaped thing, and it's such, like, it's not consistent. And I feel like I'm trying to think of another way that I mean, it's almost like the way we talk about, I don't know, lots of culturally shaped things, like gender norms or something. Like, most people have a general idea when someone says something, but, like, when you really try to get down to the nitty gritty, you're like, oh, it's all just kind of, like, made up, right? Like, it's sort of like, it's not as concrete as we like to pretend it is, even though lots of cultures pretend it's super concrete, right? That's how I feel like when people talk about a good idea and a bad idea. It's like, there's not a separation between idea and execution. Even to say something's a good idea is discounting the problem solving and the choices and the changes that were made over the course of it just feels like it's such the wrong way to talk about it. And yet, I get it, because it's sort of... I don't know how else you talk about it. I don't have a solution to the problem. I just feel like it causes... If you use that framework for actual problem solving of, like, how do we build a better idea, or how do we change our process, I think then you're doing yourself a disservice, because that's not actually the fact of the situation. Like, I think for lay people's ways of talking about it, you know, good idea, bad idea, you know, good execution, bad execution. I think that's an okay way of talking about it. But if you're actually trying to build things yourself, I think it's a terrible way to view it. I think that's my rant. Okay, I summed it up. But as far as this thing, oh, I wanted to do some cool lighting today, so I'm gonna bring in some blue. I realize I only have a little bit of time left. And then because we have that blue, I'm going to bring in some reddish colors in here. Some warm colors in the shadows. A little bit of warmth up here, maybe. There we go. 30. Do we really only have 30 seconds left? I did not go very quickly on this. Don't know what this is. It kind of looks like a ship graveyard, or like a pirate, like a sunken boats or something with like spirits. The bomb is going to explode. Gotta paint. Yeah. Oh, time's up. Bomb. Yeah. Boom. That's what it should be. Yeah. Anyways, this kind of reminds me of like a underwater with like a boat. Right? It's like a boat. We've got our boat wheel. We've got all the stuff. 5 minute Pepper Lee, 5 minute quick sketch. Okay, one more. Okay, let's do another. 1 second. Let me clean this up real quick, and then we'll do another. The colors are fun there. Yo, okay, let's do one more. Let me save that, and then let me drink some tea. Also, don't mind my loud noises as I'm moving my mic. Trying to be closer to my face. I basically just chugged all my tea. Okay. What is this? Hydrate. Thanks for the hydrate. Totally wasn't already doing that. All right. Let's start again. Start. Let's close this. Sorry, I started 10 seconds slow. We're gonna pick some different colors here. Some grays, some blues, some blue grays. Let's do blues. Blue, gray, or yeah, more blue, more red. No, I don't know what's happening here. But I do like the reds and the blues. Oh, that green thumbnail is cool. Yeah, that was a 5-minute one we just did. And then this is another 5-minute one that I'm trying to do. Lots of snowy stuff. Something like that. Maybe this... Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea, I say as we're talking about ideas. No, I mean, like, I don't think that's what people mean when they say they're talking about, like, the grand idea behind a project. When someone says, I have an idea, I don't think that's what they mean. But if we're gonna have a warm light, or a cool light, I think I need to make it a little brighter. Because I don't actually mean I have an idea. It's more like I have a solution to a thing that I am doing. I kind of like that, those vibes. A minute left. Dang, we're cooking. Like a little cave. I mean, I don't know if this looks great, but I like it. 'And then maybe we take like a red. We go boom, red. Or orange. Little fire. Fire in a cave. Maybe there's some pillars here to frame the scene or something. Also just add some darker spots. "20 seconds. There. That's something. We did something. Is it a good something? I don't know. But I'm liking it. I think it's a cool song. I think the shapes are neat. I'm pretty happy with it, all things considered. It's fun. Yeah. We started with very, like, rounded shapes and, like, curvy shapes, and I was like, let's just contrast other shapes there. Now, there's probably some scale issues, yeah, there's probably some scale issues, but that was fun. You know, it's funny, working quickly, though, it definitely gives better results, I find. Well, kind of. It gives better results in the sense that they are,
Like, the vibe is there, right? But like, it's not always, it's typically not going to push me. But I don't know, that's actually not always true. Sometimes I think it does still, I still can push myself a little bit. Anyway, I like that. That's a fun one. Let's do another. Let's do another. I might just start the timer again. Let's crank some out. Let's start the I'm going to reset the timer for myself. There we go. And I'm off again. This time we'll use some light purple, some very desaturated color, some green. I need some darker colors in here too, because this is, we can't just have light colors in our painting. Otherwise you can't see anything. I actually like this a little bit, this green over here. Something like that. And I guess, not to bring up, or to beat a dead horse, is that the phrase? That's a terrible phrase. Not to do that. But I will say, I actually catch myself using that phrasing, right? Where, like, I'll look at someone's art and be like, oh, I love your idea. As if, like, they started with the idea, or, like, it still sounds like it's, like, talking about the initial thing, like, the thought behind it, but not the thing itself, as if it's separate. And so, like, obviously, there is a distinction I'm making. And so I'm kind of... But I still think in most of the time in practice, that's not, like, a super relevant distinction. Especially, like, for things that are unintentional, like, it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like, if someone is struggling with anatomy, was it their idea that their anatomy was going to be poorly rendered, or, like, that they didn't know anatomy? Was that in their idea, or did they intentionally make those choices? Well, probably not, right? Like, we kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. We say it was probably, like, a skill issue, and you probably didn't intentionally make this choice. And so your goal, like, we're making an assumption that, like, they wanted it to be a certain way, and we like that initial thing, right? But I think when we look at, like, fully made professional works, we don't talk about it like that, right? Like, I don't think that, like, oh, I liked what you tried to do, but you failed, right? I like the idea. No, I don't think we give it. They meant to do the things they did, right? Like, I think at a certain point, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm too harsh. But I feel like most of the time, like, because we don't do that with like, you know, like an amateur. Oh, you know, we do say, oh, I really like your idea. When they didn't, because we assume that they failed to do something that they were actually trying to do. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like most, anyway. Hey, Skittle, how's it going? How's it going? Hope your day's going well. I'm doing some speedy paintings right now. Big batch of 5-minute thumbnails. You know, it'd be fun to do just I don't know if my brain could handle it for 4 hours, but only do... How many 5-minute thumbnails could I do in 4 hours? Somebody do the math for me, because I'm an hour is 12 5-minute segments. 12 times 4 is 48. 48 thumbnails. I could, so if I were really on the ball, I could do 48 thumbnails. Did I just do math while painting? I did. If I could do 48 thumbnails I think it's not. Is it? That'd be 5 hours, I think. Yeah. So I could do 48 thumbnails in 4 hours. That would be pretty insane. Yeah, I said 4 hours. That's how long my stream is, typically. Oh, time's up. Somebody do the math for me, I say, and then I immediately do the math for myself. Yeah, exactly, Skittle. Exactly. Well, I was like, wait a second, this isn't that hard, because clocks are divided into 5-minute segments. I know there's 12 numbers on a clock, therefore I can do 12 times 4. Like, okay, it's not that hard. So yeah, it took me a moment to realize how simple of a problem it was, but yeah. I think you could probably save some brain power doing the iterative illustration based on prior thumbnails. Yeah. I mean, that's true, but even then, like, going quickly, there, I will say, because I'm shutting off the brain power a little bit when I do these quick thumbnails, a lot of it is relying on patterns and also, like, breaking patterns. So sometimes instead of, like, just do the thing that I've done before, I'm just doing the thing that I haven't done before, and it's almost just as brain power lacking. Like, it's this is I think this is a hard one for me to explain unless you do it yourself, and you probably have, Skittle, but some people probably haven't. Where, like, if I want to say, like, what if this were, you know, oh, okay, this is a blue sky. What if this was blue grass? Great, I know how to paint grass. I can paint blue grass, right? Is grass normally blue? No, but it doesn't take brain power. The brain power was the choice of making it grass, right? And so I'm like, okay, what if instead of sky, it was grass? Okay, and then what if we had a green sky? Okay, great. I know how green skies work. Light horizon line, they tend to get more saturated as they go upward, right? This is very, very green. You know, big dark green clouds, great. Green sky. Also, we need that green to affect the grass, and so we have a little bit of that green poking in here. And like, okay, maybe this looks stupid, but it's, you know, it gets you to a place that you've never been before. You know, darker foreground, right? And so it gets you to a place you've never been before, but it also doesn't take a lot of brain power to get there because you've just took a thing that you always do and you just did the opposite, right? And I think that's now obviously you still have to execute on it, and sometimes that is hard. Because you have to, like, decide, you have to make creative choices along that process because there isn't always a good solution. Like, what happens when blue is a darker color or a lighter color than you thought it was going to be, and now you have to, like, change up something. Like this, right? Oh, I can't see this because it's too, the green is too light. Okay, well, let's bring up that lightness back here a little bit. Make some gradients, you know, outward. Right. So we needed to lighten things, and now we put the blue in here, and now we can put these pillars. But I actually, and of course we need shape design in here. It kind of reminds me of like the Sydney Opera House shapes a little bit. Or big whale fins. And now, speaking of whales, maybe like bones in here or something. I don't know. Green light. There. Done. That was a nice, quick thumbnail. I liked it. That isn't much of a focal point in here, which is kind of unfortunate. Okay, let's do another one. I am having fun with these, though. I will say, these 5-minute thumbnails. Let's fill up the whole screen. I'm going to start the timer again. I know that wasn't an actual 5-minute thumbnail, but we're going to start again. Another 5-minute thumbnail. This time, we have a lot of blue and green. Let's switch up the color. I mean, I still like the blue, because I have been trying to do some bluer lighting. But we can start with, like, a purple. I do want to do the blue, though. Sometimes just mixing colors is a good start. Sometimes putting my dark colors at the top of the screen can be nice. That's kind of what I did in this one. Skittle, you play any good games lately? I know that came out of left field to use it in my baseball references. That I don't even like baseball. Also, why not right field? What makes coming out of left field so weird? Is it because first base is in the right field, and that's where they throw the ball to? And so left field is like, why would you throw the ball over there? Is that why? Somebody who knows baseball should tell me. I suspect it has something to do with where you would normally throw the ball, but why? Isn't it weird to have it coming out of any of the fields? I know nothing of the rules of that game. Well, I don't think it has to do with rules. So the only thing I know is like the meta of baseball is that you throw it to first base. Like almost as a reaction. Like the batter bats the ball. The outfielders take the ball and then they throw it to first base. Because the goal is to try and get the batter out before they ever land on the base, right? So you go from, you bat, they smack it, you grab the ball, throw the ball to first base, and then hopefully the first base person gets to first base before the batter runs to first base. And if they don't, then from first base they throw it to wherever they want to go with the attempt to get the other people out. But typically you throw to first, which means the ball is on the right side of the field. So presumably you'd want to bat the ball to left field. I recently picked up No Rest for the Wicked. It's pretty cool. Kind of like Path of Exile, but with a load of other things mixed in. Okay, that's hard for me to believe because Path of Exile has a load of random crap mixed in. The game has been going on for so long, it seriously has, like... It has a roguelite mini-game in it, where that's literally is, like... It is all about that. Then you have, like... You have tower defense modes. You have... It has literally everything in it. But okay, I think I get... Maybe I get what you're saying, though. But yeah, no, that sounds cool. I like Path of Exile. It's a great game. Okay, I don't know what I'm painting here, though. We have a minute left. Oh. We're gonna go a little bit blue sky here. But not too blue. A light blue. Kind of reminds me of like a waterfall. But a waterfall. But now I have that like that meme of like the idea people in my head where they're like, what if we did this game but cool, or this game but faster, or this game but aliens? What if it were Twilight but we had giraffes? I just, I'm now I can't get that meme out of my head. You know, Tricky Towers. I've heard of it. Twilight but drafts. That's that's my newest big idea, right there. That's literally what I know. That's why I'm calling it a meme, because that's not a real idea. That's literally, what if we did do Tetris and add physics to it? Tricky Towers is a lot of fun. Oh, it's Tetris but add physics. Gotcha. Yeah, but like it's not though, right? Like I mean, and again, I think you can always take. I think you can always take a game and like give the stupid like straw man version of like summarize the game in a sentence, right? And you can always do it's Tetris but with physics. But like if you were to tell me Tetris but physics and I made that game, would it end up being Tricky Towers? Probably not, right? Because I don't know enough. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, okay, we got some colors. Perfect. Hi, Rosie. I will do the color redeem, assuming that's what you did. I'll have to take a look. I need to add a sound for the color redeem. Also, it says time's up. We need some red. Yeah, we do need some red in here. But yeah, I like the, I don't know, that meme of like, what if we did this, but something else. Yeah, there are guaranteed really bad Tetris games with physics out there. Yeah. So like the idea obviously ended up being more, right? Like they obviously had a better philosophy about how they make choices. I obviously don't know what those things are. I also don't really know what Tricky Towers is. I'll have to take a look. But anyway, I just think it's always, I feel like it's all, I always feel this compulsion to point it out, or that thing out, because though, I mean, again, it's fun to talk about games or really anything like that. You know, it's Tetris with physics. But I still think that's super, I don't know, it feels very disingenuous to call it that, because, again, it makes it sound like it's inevitable that if you did Tetris with physics, that's what you would end up with. And I think it gives, you know, the people and the teams who, you know, ran into challenges and had to make choices, I feel like it's sort of, I don't know. From a layperson's point of view, I think it's fine to meme and joke about it, but I think if we're actually talking about design and implementation of design, I don't know. It rubs me a little bit the wrong way. Anyway. It's basically a game about building the tallest tower with blocks, with Tetris blocks, and the physics where you can knock over your opponent's tower with modifiers and power-ups. So that sounds fun. I mean, kinda. I'm not a big, I mean, I don't know if I would actually like it, but anything where you can knock over your opponent's stuff is probably, I don't know. It adds a fun quality to it where like you're fighting against, you know, another player and trying to do your own thing. It's hard to go wrong with that. I find anything where you can like slightly disrupt your opponent, it tends to be fun. assuming it's not like whoever goes first wins automatically type of thing. As long as there's ways to you know, just not insta lose. Because I think that's a big problem with a lot of those kinds of games, I feel like, is like they sound fun in theory, but in practice it's just, you know, whoever does the first thing wins, and it's like, well, this sucks, you know. You launched the first attack, therefore you win. And I think a good game tends to not have that. Also, sorry, Rosie, I will get to your thing. Rosie says, if we talk about Tetris, there's a sand Tetris that ruins the whole concept of Tetris about construction and placement of shapes. It just exists for fun. Ooh. So I assume, when you say sand, I assume there's physics there. So like when you land something in the sand, it shifts and stuff. That could be kind of fun. Although I don't really know how that would work. Like, how does the breaking the lines work, you know? Because like now they're all wonky and they're not perfect. So you have to have some like weird threshold rule which would make it not feel physicsy. Although you could do like a percentage, like which I assume you would do, right? Like some sort of like threshold, and it's like, oh, they made, you know, these two blocks have made a connection of, you know, 90, you know, 75%, and if the connection is good enough, they'll count as connected. And then so you could have like an animation that goes like boo, and they like it sort of spreads or something. I don't know. I feel like with that kind of thing, there's oftentimes graphical ways to make the mechanics read, even when the mechanics are wonky. Also, I don't know what this is. It's nice. It's beautiful, kind of. Like, the colors are pretty. I don't know what I'm painting. I'm tempted to get rid of it. Okay, we just added snow. Snow, snow, snow. Okay, now Rosie, let's do your colors. You said orange? Let's do an... Okay, let's pick your color that you put. Okay, red. We're gonna go into our RGB. Our RGB values. Red is 219. Green. No, wait, it's minus 219. No, that's... Nope, there aren't negatives. 84 green. And 97. Is this the color? Or when you said negative, you weren't talking about the CMYK values, were you? Because that's kind of like negative. What would the negative be? What if I did 219 here? I don't think this is what you were talking about. I am curious, though. No, that's cyan. Okay. Yeah, so you were probably talking about 219, 84, 97. RGB 97. This is kind of orange. That is very rosy. It's like a pink rosy color. Can I do orange as Solum? I can next time. But here, I'll put like an orangey color here. If I do another thumbnail, we'll do some orangey color. But Rosie did a color redeem, so I'm obviously gonna do Rosie's color first. It's a new view to old Tetris mechanics. Gotcha. It's your color, rosy color. Yep. All right. I like this color too. Yeah, it's a good color. Now, obviously, I can't just paint with one color, right? I mean, you could just add like black to it, but that's not what we want to do. So I'm going to add a little bit of that cyan color, maybe, and do like a gray, and try to make it a little darker, maybe like a greenish color. That's kind of an ugly color. But yeah, we need some brighter color also. So maybe like a bright color, maybe like a bluish color to mix in there. There. Now we have a wider range of light and dark. Brown. We could add some brownish color. Yeah, we could add some browns. Basically just any color to kind of add like light and dark contrast. Actually, let's do the lighting here. Making some squares here. Okay, these squares aren't in very good perspective, but it'll work. Just trying to get something in here so that there's some sort of light. And I like the pink light. I want to do the pink lighting here. I know this stream was pretty much all about the blue cool light, but because we have this pink color, I get kind of tired of doing like, when someone redeems like a pink, I'll do a pink background and then I'll do like blue light. It's like, well, that doesn't, like, I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. And so I think it's more fun when I actually have the pink light. So I'm kind of changing it up and doing like a blue background and a pink light or something. I don't know. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Now, I will say this is not the same pink. I made the pink a little brighter. This one's a little darker, though. So we can use both. Pink always reminds me of the sunset on the drive home after classes. Nice. Maybe we'll go like this. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. This shape doesn't need to be here. It was just kind of like a placeholder so that I can try to understand what's going on. But maybe we do something like this. And then we can use these browns here. I mean, we don't need the brown, but it could be a thing. And then some more pinky colors over here. Something like that, maybe? I don't know what these structures are. Old trees. Maybe they're not old trees. Maybe they're young trees. No, they look pretty old to me. Now, what do we do with the blue? I mean, we could put some sort of bluish color back here. Now it's more complicated. I love that. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the thing that you just did. Hold on, let me see what you just did. What did you just do? Thanks for the follow. Wait, that was a follow sound. What sound did I just hear? I heard a doo-doo. What was that? Hold on, let me see. A hydrate. Oh, thanks. Hydrate. You need to go, Zumux. Take care. Blue for the leaves? Maybe. I think I would need to make them a little darker. But yeah, maybe blue for the leaves. Tea reminder, yeah. I still need to figure out how to make those things show up on my streamer bot. For some, I hear it now, at least. We could maybe do blue leaves. Maybe like a deeper blue. Like a purple. I know deeper blue is not purple, but it can read as purple. Or maybe we do like a gray blue. That's probably better. I don't know if I want to go that route. Not bad. Kind of neat. Cotton candy. It gives me like a cotton candy vibe. Little bit cotton candy. Very weird. Very strange, surreal landscape. Which is okay. I don't mind some surreal landscapes. Candyland? Yeah, a little bit of a Candyland vibe. There, a little character walking. It reminds me of that character that I saw. There, a little character wandering. We could have like a little bit of an angled, like a sword, an arm that goes like that. Glad your streams are often you and Skittle responsible for me not feeling lonely now. Nice. Yeah, no, it's always nice when people hang out and chat. I know Skittle's very frequently here. Skittle's everywhere, to be honest. But no, Skittle's here a lot. He adds to the stream. Skittle is a part of my stream. I'm just have accepted that he provides content for me because I can respond to what he's saying and people know who he is. I don't know if that's what you meant. But yeah, no, Skittle's great. Yeah, if you guys don't follow Skittle already, go follow Skittle. He's amazing. His stream is great. He makes amazing fantasy landscape art also. And by saying, I mean, he makes art. He makes amazing fantasy landscape art. But the also is in referring to that I also make fantasy art, not amazing fantasy art. Anyway, I just want to clarify that. I'm not saying I make amazing fantasy art and so does Skittle. I'm just saying Skittle makes amazing fantasy art. And it also happens to be landscapes. That's what I mean. And his art is amazing. Not that my art is amazing. That's what I always feel weird when I say things that make it sound like I'm saying my art is amazing. Because I do what I do, but I don't think of it that way. It is, thanks. I appreciate it. I try to do my best. What if this is like floating? Would that be kind of cool? Some tree roots down here. Get a little bit redder in this foreground area. That's kinda... something's funky with the perspective, but that's okay. This feels like a level of like a for a character has to walk across this place and not die, but they might die because this place is falling apart. Oh, I just deleted their head. Uh-oh. Oh no! How far back was that? Oh, that was really far back. Dang it. Let's give them... There. Let's go very light here. Add that fog back. The biggest challenge game gives you is obviously random, but it goes with the speed of acceleration. So, yep, it's a nice experience. It is. I guess it's also about not creating too steep hills and have some control of where the sand is going. Sandtris. Okay, so there's something. I think I'm trying to break up these shapes just a little bit. Maybe there's some cracks here. This definitely looks like it could be the level of a video game, kind of like some sort of 3D platformer. You're this character and you walk along this path and you have to like jump, but these things move. Some move up, some move down. Or maybe they don't move. Maybe it's just super straightforward. Maybe you can't even fall. It's just aesthetics. And your character just seamlessly walks over it. It goes bloop bloop. Super, super simple. Just goes straight over the thing. Anyway. There's that. Some atmospheric perspective in here. Are those chimneys? No, I was thinking they were trees. They could be chimneys. They could be little homes. Yeah, maybe that. I like that idea. They could be little homes. So what if there's little houses in here? These are like this is actually the city, and you can buy stuff. You can buy little potions and stuff on your adventures. How do you think you're gonna add some green vines? I don't think I'm gonna add green vines. I think the color palette is staying. Or did you recommend green? Uh-oh. Did you say to add green? I'm not sure I want to add green. Will green suit here? So it could. Okay, so if I were going to add another color to this, like green, I would do it by mixing in a lot of green. Because right now we have a pretty strong, like, pink lighting. And I would use, instead of thinking of this as, like, a pink stone, I would think of it as a pink light. And so if I were to add green, it would be a material green. It wouldn't be like this green. It would just be like this green, but in the shade, which might end up being this green, right? And this actually is more of an orange, right? So if this is on new layer, just double checking. So I might be able to add some green, in here. Maybe I'm gonna add some of that green, again, going back here. Let's put it off to the side, right? So instead of just adding this green in outright, I would add it very lightly to places, and maybe make it a little darker. And so I would add, like, it wouldn't really be a green, but it would feel green, right? So I would do something like that, where if I was putting green vines, and I need to put enough of it that it sort of blends with a lot of the colors, and it'll feel green, and also shape, the shapes will make it feel lively. So let's put some greens on the leaves. green vines down here. And again, is this really green? Well, no, not really, right? It's more of like a dark yellow, and even then it's not really, because I'm blending it in. Like this dark yellow I'm blending in. Now if I color pick it, it's actually more of like a dark orange. It's basically a brown, right? If you put it sort of in isolate, well, this is here, hold on, let's do this, right? In isolation, this color is more of like a brown, right? It's not a green at all, but it looks green because it's contrasting the, right? So this is one of those things where when you, if someone says add green, I'm not going to put in literal green. That's because I have to think of it as like, what is green, right? If it's a green object, that's being affected by my shadow colors, which are very dark brown, being affected by my pink light, which is very pink. And so once you start mixing those things together, you kind of get, wait, what is, that's the same color? Yeah. This is the same color as this. Well, of one of these, whichever one I color picked. I don't know, maybe I color pick here? Yeah, it's the same color, right? This is the same color as this brown. Is that confusing? It's because it's in this image you're viewing it through it's like you're viewing the world through like a pink film, right? If you were to take a pink and look, imagine you had a pink clear plastic pane of glass, or plastic glass, what am I talking about? Like a film, like a pink window that's just, it makes the world look rose tinted glasses, literally. If you had rose tinted glasses and viewed the world, you could still pick out colors because, or most colors, not all colors. Some colors would just, you wouldn't know between like white and pink, for example. But a lot of colors you could still tell what they are, even though objectively they would be changed. And they would not be the color that you like you might be able to know what orange is because compared to other colors it's going to be more orange, but it's still going to basically be a pink, right? And so, but compared to actual pink or compared to white, it's not going to be the same. So it's about relativity. You thought you picked the most greenish green of the, oh, did I? Maybe I did. Let's see. Most greenish green of the, no, that one's this. This one's still kind of green. This one, I mean, it's a dark yellow, right? It's the hue is yellow, right? So it's a dark green. Or it's like an olive. No, I didn't. I picked a darker green. I picked like this green or something. I picked the green that still looked a bit green, but was actually more brown, and that one looked much more brown up here. But anyway, so that's how I would add another color. And that's kind of goes, I mean, actually, I kind of like that, to be honest. It's not bad. And I think this is why I always say that, like, colors kind of don't matter which one you use, as long as you're allowing yourself to change it from this green, right, into the color that it, I don't like using the word that it wants to be, but you're changing it into the color that it would be if it were affected by the light that you've already established, the other colors of shadow and the temperatures that you've established, right? You're allowing it to sort of mix and harmonize. And of course, if you wanted, right, you could put a little bit of those dashes of that actual green in there, of like maybe there's some light hitting it in just a funny way that you actually get some real green poking through, right? But you wouldn't do it everywhere, right? That would be like a subtle accented color, and even that might be too much. Maybe along the edge of the light and the shadow, you would put some of that green or something, just to give a little stylistic punch of color. And we could have done this with pink or orange or blue or anything, right? You can add any color anywhere pretty much. I think you need enough of it so that it doesn't look like a focal point. Because if you just added like a blue in here, and was like, let's put a bright blue, and I just did that, well, that's stupid, right? Like, unless it's like a sun, but like it's just a focal point. Why would you put a random bit of blue, right? It's gonna look out of place. But if you put enough blue and you mixed it, right? You put enough of this blue that it turned kind of purpley, and you put it all over in the painting, you know, down here, up there. Like, you could get to where it looks okay. But you had to put enough of it that it's not a focal point. Otherwise, it's just going to grab attention, and it's going to look out of place. So a lot of it's going to be, you know, you don't want it to be out of place, so you need enough of it. You need to mix it into your existing colors, especially if you set your painting up with like light and shadow, because when I say mix it with your existing colors, I'm saying mix it with your light source, right? If you have a pink light and you put a blue shirt in the scene, that's a blue shirt with a pink light on top, right? Like, that light is affecting it. You can't just ignore the light, otherwise it's gonna look like it's, you know, or like pink, you know, pink light with a green shirt. You don't just put pure green. That's not right. Or yellow shirt. You don't just put a pure yellow. Anyway, so that's my lighting tip. Anyway, or not really lighting tip, color tip. I don't know if it's a color tip to paint the way that I paint. I don't know if everyone paints this way. I mean, they don't. Not everyone paints this way. And I also don't know if it's if there's a better way of doing it. There probably is, but I think mixing colors tends to be a good choice, in my opinion. Okay, let's do some orange. Also, let's get rid of this thumbnail. There, we'll bring back that orange. So a lot of times when I'm doing stuff like this, I'm blocking in, like, I'm kind of in some ways blocking in light and shadow, or like an ambient light color here is this bluish color. And then my dark shadows or my dark, like, color of the color, like the you know, this brown orange feels like it's the color of the dirt up close, but this dirt eventually takes on the color of this blue atmosphere. And so it changes color. And so if I were to add something in here, I would be mixing it with either the local color of like this orangey color, or the light, which is like this greenish color. And then if I have like a sun, right, and it's gonna make like this bright orange, right? Now that's like my light color, right? So now I have a lighting. So now if I were to take like a pink and I were to mix it in here, the pink back here would be like a pinkish green, right? Here, we'll do a new layer here. Like a pinkish green here. And then up close, that same pink. Oh, if I go back, where was it? This pink? Yeah. So and then up here, it would be like a pinky orange, right? Or maybe even a more vibrant pink. And so it would be like this, right? And so I'd have pink up here, and more like a purpley color back here. Or I wouldn't use the same pink. Maybe if I were doing something with light, but really it would be like this. So I'd have pink in the shadow, and pink in the orange, and so it would be like that, right? So you're basically it's mixing into the existing colors, and that's basically my whole framework for color picking, is establish some sort of general base color, and then of course from there you can change. You know, if I wanted this rock to be pink, I could add some pink in there the same way I did it, and it would look like a pink rock instead of a red rock. I don't know. I probably am doing a lot that I'm not talking about, though, that sort of I take for granted. Because, you know, I have habits and things that I do just because I've done them a lot that probably are not, that I'm not talking about. Like, I know when I'm painting these thumbnails, I'm doing a lot of perspective stuff that I'm not talking about, and perspective is arguably one of the most important things and yet I spend very little time talking about it when I'm painting. And so if you're like, you know, starting out environments and you hear me talking about colors and you're like, oh, colors is what I need to focus on. Well, probably not. It's probably not colors. It's probably all the other stuff that is like perspective. Drupzilla says, I once heard this tip that to change hue, you have to travel the shortest route through the color wheel, which is always through the middle, which is gray. Yeah, I mean, bridging two colors goes through gray, right? And it's not really the shortest route. It's Marco Bucci explains it really well. Here, let me bring up the gray color wheel. Color wheel with gray in the middle. So yeah, this color wheel, where this being instead of that, it's more like a gray. But anyway, if you think of this as like a neutral color, like a black and white kind of thing, right? You're traveling through gray. So yeah, if you're going from like yellow to violet, you're basically going through the middle, but not really. He describes it as like a black hole. So to go from blue to yellow, you would, instead of going straight through the middle, you're kind of going around the middle, right? Like it's sort of like there's you're being pulled in. You're trying to go around the color wheel, but you can't because this thing has gravity, and so it's getting sucked in. Like instead of going the long way, right? It's flattening it out, and so you're going through these grays. You're getting more and more gray until you end up in the color that you wanted, right? That's kind of the way Marco Bucci describes it. Because in theory, you'd like to, you know, yellow plus blue is green, right? So you'd go through the blues and the greens, but you don't really go that way. It's more like you're trying to go there, and you are going this way, but you get sucked in here a little bit. And so you kind of, that's the way that I think about color. Yeah, Marco Bucci describes it as like a gravity well, or like a black hole. It sucks the color in. And I think it's a nice way to think about it. Obviously, that, again, and stylization says, oh, you can go straight through it, you can go around it, you can go around the other way, right? Like, there's no rule that says you have to go this wide or all the way around, right? You can go around a lot. And, like, this is what a lot of stylization is, just pushing and pulling them. Instead of making it, you know, a little bit, like a white light might be like this, right? A cool light would be like this color. A warm light might be this color. And sometimes you want to say, what if my warm light is this color? Or my cool light is this color, right? These are style, like this is a white light in this painting back here. And yet I've pushed it to, instead of being a cool light like this, like what you would typically think of like as a nearly white light, right? I'm saying, what if I crank up the saturation and make it this, right? So that's a stylistic choice. And color has a lot of wiggle room. Also, it depends on like the intensity of light, right? The sun is not this color of yellow, but you could have a light that's this yellow, right? The sun is really strong, and it's also, so, you know, it might be closer to this, right? It's basically bright white, but it's also slightly warmer. But once it starts bouncing, right? Once the light bounces around, each bounce, it gets progressively warmer. So it's like, because it's losing some of that intensity. Right? And then pretty soon it's like, oh, it's a yellow, right? So that light, as it bounces around, so sometimes you do get like very warm red, you know, red light, or like an orange. Typically, you know, and if you want to show something or if you want to show light as these like vibrant colors, that's typically not how light actually behaves. But you can stylize that you know, that temperature shift to the extreme, and you can shift it towards other colors. And anyway, so there's a lot of choices with light. But yeah, generally speaking, if you're mixing like a blue and a pink, you'll get this grayish color. And that's kind of, or similarly, this is another thing Mark Obuchi shows in his videos, but like if you say, here is a blue and I'm shifting it towards yellow, you're basically saying this is more yellow, right? If I want to make this path from blue to yellow, and here's my blue, this is more yellow than this blue, right? So if you were to ask what is more blue, right? Or what's more yellow, this one or this one, right? Well, this one is the most blue. This is less blue. This is more yellow and more yellow and more yellow and even more yellow, right? And another way to say that is this is a warmer color, right? Gray is warmer than the saturated blue. Yellow is even more warm, but what you can do, you don't have to go all the way to yellow, right? If you put this color, right, if you put even this color, if you put this color in something, it can actually, in the right circumstances, it can actually feel quite yellow. Obviously, if you go all the way to yellow and keep it very, very desaturated, it's almost the same color, right? One is just a little bit cooler than the other, right? They're almost the same, but this one can actually feel a bit yellow under the right circumstances. It can feel a bit warm, even though objectively you're still in the blues, right? Because it's not that far. These two are so close to each other, right? Almost imperceptible, but this one's going to feel a little warmer. And so sometimes you don't, if to make something feel warm, you don't have to go all the way over to yellow. You can stay on the side of the blue, just make it way less saturated, right? And that's going to warm it up as well. So like some of this warm light doesn't have to be objectively warm. I mean, most of it is here, but because it's very pushed. But like you can just, so typically what I'm doing, if I have like something like this and I want to make it feel warm, sometimes I'll just go in here and I'll just move it brighter and way, way less saturated. And I'll be like, there's my light. I'm basically moving it, or I might even move it towards the yellow a bit, but keep it in the green family. And so it's still very, very light. And now you've got your warm lighting. And it should hopefully feel warmer, because I've moved it from the green closer to the yellow. Not all the way, I'm not going all the way to the yellow, but I'm also making it very, very desaturated, because that's like I'm going into the grays, right? So I'm moving, right? So to use our color wheel, right? So to like go from blue to yellow, I'm going, starting at a blue, I'm moving closer to green. So if I take this path, I'm moving closer to green. So first step is to move towards green in some area, and then I drop the saturation, and then you're like in this area, right? If I move more into green, like the yellow green, and drop saturation, now I'm like over here, right? So that's kind of the process I do when I'm moving my color wheel. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, you can. You can see my color wheel, right? So yellow's up here. Well, it's separate side, but if I'm moving this color wheel over here, I might, instead of being in this yellow green, I'll slide it down, right? And then once I'm in the color I want, I make it the saturation. So typically when I'm doing like lighting adjustments, you'll see me do a lot of like, if I start with a blue, I'll move it this way and move it that way, and I get a new color, right? That's like going from here to here. And if I did it again, it would go from here to here, right? So take that color, move it again, drop it. So I'm getting these like lighter. Anyway, that's kind of how I tend to do that. Hold on. I'm holding. But that's with light. That'd be like if you're shining a yellow light on a blue object or something. Hi, Joe and chat. Been lurking. Hey, howdy. How's it going? Hey, Commissar Skull. Howdy, howdy. I've studied about Munsell color theory. That's very interesting. I don't know that term. Munsell. Let me Google it. It might be similar. Munsell. Like Munsell color tool. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. Is it a company? Are they selling me color stuff? Hold on. Munsell color theory. Okay, according to the robot in the computer, the robot box AI overview says Munsell color theory is a system that categorizes color based on 3 attributes: hue, value, and chroma, color intensity. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. This 3-dimensional model helps in accurately identifying and communicating colors in a various field. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the way I talk about. That's the way I talk about color. Although I don't like using the word chroma. I just talk about hue, value, saturation. But intensity, saturation, same thing. So it's basically the same, I think. Yep. And that's the way that my brain is typically trying to think in colors, because I've trained it to do so. I haven't always done that, of course. I didn't invent the system. But I try to think in terms of, how intense is it? So, if the light is like a light, what, like most of the time, like a natural lighting is quite, I don't want to say dull, but it's quite desaturated. So it's very intense, but the color isn't intense. The color is not, it's the opposite, right? The light is very strong. It's like as Marco Bucci says, a bully. The light is going to bully any other color. And it doesn't matter what color you start with. If you have a strong enough white light, it's going to make everything white, right? Now, not all light is that big of a bully. Some light is more like a little bit of a bully, and it's gonna mix a little bit with your color. So instead of grabbing pure white, right, it's gonna mix, and you're gonna get like an orangey a white orange color, right? And so it's gonna be slightly weaker of a bully, but still a bully, because it's doing, it's kind of getting rid of all that color that you had, right? The intensity of that color is being beat out of it, kind of. I don't know if that's a great way to talk about it or think about it, but a lot, that's where like how strong your light source is. A lot of times, especially like indoor lighting, you have a lot weaker light. So instead of having like a white light, you'll have like an orangey light. And the orange light isn't going to make everything super orange. It's actually going to be very light. And so it's going to just like put a glow over everything, right? So you get this like an orange glow over everything, but it's not actually going to change the color too much, right? So if you have like a green object in your painting, and then you have an orange light from an indoor lighting, even though the orange light is very orange, it's actually hardly going to affect the green at all, right? Because it's not a bully. It's kind of just very soft. And so the intensity of the light matters, right? If instead you had an orange sun, like actual orange, it would just do this. It would, whoop, caught that. It would just do this. It'd be like, oh, boom, full orange, right? Complete bully. And then maybe you have some light fall off. But like, that's not how indoor lighting works, right? So different lights have different strengths and also different colors. And it's nice to think of that. That way you can just move it accordingly. Yeah, I didn't know the term Munsell color theory. I guess that's what I use. I just got off a Zoom call with your professor for class. I didn't understand hardly anything of Kant, and I was supposed to read LOL. I know we read some stuff by Immanuel Kant in philosophy. I assume that's who you mean when you say Kant or Kant. I don't know how you say his name. I just called him Kant, to be honest. I know I read some stuff by him, but I couldn't tell you what the first thing about his philosophies. I'm sure if you were to talk about the ideas, though, it would bring back memories. I think he was a favorite of one of my professors. I think he remembered it was one of his favorite. He said it was one of his favorite things to teach, for some reason. I think it was also one of the first philosophers that we read or learned anything about. He's the guy with the categorical imperative. That's a familiar term. I just couldn't tell you what it is. Okay, I don't want to go reminisce on philosophy days because I don't remember enough about it. This is moral philosophy. Yeah. I think that's why I've always enjoyed moral philosophy. Just as a topic, as a big overarching view. I don't think I agree with Kant, right? Because Kant, wait, did he say that there is a moral imperative and like it's objective morality? I don't feel like most morality is objective. I mean, I think we treat it as objective, right? But doesn't feel like it actually is. It feels like it's very subjective and cultural based and based on not just human culture, but like species. So like again, yeah, I don't think it doesn't seem objective, but anyway, I don't know. What do I know? I'm not a philosopher. I mean, I guess we all are to some degree. Okay, one more thumbnail, then I'm going to work on one of these for about an hour. But I do think anytime something feels true, it is good to examine, like, if it is true, then what follows, you know? Because maybe you arrive at a place that you don't like, and you're like, oh, maybe it actually isn't true. Maybe there's a lot of subjectivity in this. Or the opposite, right? Say, what if it isn't true? What if we assume that this thing is, and it isn't? And, you know, I think with morals, it's especially good because, you know, it's pretty important stuff. I think he had a point. Yeah, I don't know what point he had because I don't remember. But I do know that I feel like my opinions were in some way shaped by taking philosophy, or at least by thinking about those topics, even if I can't recall what those exact topics were. Like I'm sure some of the content and stuff that I've arrived at still holds true to today. Also, what am I doing here? Let's put some more colors in here. Let's put do we want blue sky? Maybe not. Maybe green blue sky. And instead of these shapes, yeah, I've always enjoyed philosophy though. I think it's a lot of both like moral philosophy stuff, but also like the logic and argumentative side of things, which I think is obviously kind of the foundation of philosophy, because you can't even have a discussion about moral philosophy without making arguments that don't suck. Yeah, I took a couple philosophy classes in college. They were great. I loved them. Honestly, you know, they obviously weren't required for my major. They were like electives. Still some of my favorite classes I took. It's definitely one of those classes where after you take it, you're like, wow, I wish more people took this, because man, do you hear a lot of people make stupid arguments. The problem is that words are subjective to interpretation. I heard he was a bit of an asshole. I feel like when it comes to race, most people back in the, especially if they were white, in the, I don't know, whenever Immanuel Kant was a philosopher, I don't know when he existed, but certainly a few hundred years ago, or even before that, or even after that, I feel like just up to a couple hundred, pretty much everybody was an asshole. Pardon my language. Like, when it came to that topic, because people just, I don't know, like culturally we had really terrible views on stuff, and so if you were a part of that culture, you probably had a really terrible view on that stuff. And if you lived back then, you probably would have too. It doesn't justify it by any means, but it you know, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I suppose. Otherwise, we're throwing all the babies out. Is that's a, don't take that out of context. Yeah, we don't want to. I mean, his views were a product of its time for sure. Yeah, I mean, they all typically are, right? That doesn't mean they're not worth thinking about and studying and trying to understand why people arrive at certain conclusions and stuff, and like, yeah, I think it's good to examine anyway. Good for critical thinking and all that. With philosophy, the problem is words are often not very concrete, so logic gets easily undermined through applying. Yeah. Sort of. I think I get what you mean. Like when you really get down to the nitty gritty, it just can get into like, well, what do you? It's the stupid that dude. There's like a meme which he's so dumb, but he's like, what do you mean by the word is? Which I kind of get it. Like at some point it can matter, but for most of the time, I will say most of the time you know what the person means when just by listening to their past sentence, like the context of their sentence, we know what people are talking about. Like not everybody, and sometimes I'm a little dense and I do need definitions of things. But a lot of times when people are talking about a bigger, broader concept, there's like a societal understanding of it. And you don't have to be completely pedantic over it. Like, I get it. I get it, but also, let's just not be dense and yeah. But yes, it's true. I think for a lot of those like really rigorous arguments, it does matter what the words mean, and you do have to define them, and even the definitions of words, and it's hard because communication is tricky. This is where I think analogies are so good, because analogies, it's about the experience and not the words. And which is why I like using analogies, but oftentimes I feel like I struggle with it because somehow for me it makes things more clear, because you give me 3 examples and I'll find the middle ground and I'll be like, that's the thing. But I give somebody 3 examples and they're like, well, they're not exactly the same. I'm like, that's the point. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so I don't know how to. I don't know. I feel like I struggle sometimes in this because I try to explain things and then I do the thing that I think would be best for me, and it's not the best for someone else. Because, yeah, otherwise you do get this pedantic, like, well, what does that word mean? Anyway. Let's paint with blue. Blue and red. This one's going to have a lot of strong blue light bouncing up in there. A lot of purple. Purple, blue. Blue light bouncing around. Especially in these deep, dark shadows. There's crevices. A crevasse. What's the difference between a crevasse and a crevice? Are they the same thing? Is that like vase and vase? Speaking of words. Is like a vase just a super fancy vase? I feel like it is, right? Like a vase for flowers could just be like a cup with water in it. And then a vase is like handcrafted. Okay. Sorry, this is no longer about art. The mysteries of the world. fancy little rocks here. Are they differently spelled? I don't think so. I think they're spelled the same. There's burned and burnt. Wait, are burnt and burned? Well, those are different parts of speech, right? Like if I burned my toast, then my toast is burnt. Right? Or no, I actually don't know what burnt means with a T. Hey, we're getting a raid. Ike, hold on to your butts. Wait, what does burnt with a T mean then? Isn't that just the same? Like my toast is burnt, but it has been burned? Or am I dumb? I don't know English. I think burned is past tense verb, but burnt is an adjective. Okay. I think you're right. They're just different parts of speech, but they refer to the same concept of burning or have being burned or burnt. Right? The toast is burnt, but it has been burned. I am burning my toast, which has made burnt toast with a T. But they're still talking about the same thing. But yeah, no, we were just talking about vase and vase. Those are the same. I think they're spelled the same and said differently. I think it's just they're the same thing. One is just fancy. I think one you just have to hold your pinky in the air when you say it. Kind of like when you drink tea, which I am almost out of. Also, hi Raiders. Ike, what were you working on? Tell me about your art. I like how you come into this random conversation, which is always what's happening on... Well, it's not always random. Normally it's me ranting about something art related. But today I made a bunch of thumbnails. In about 5 minutes here, I'm going to pick one of them and work on it for the next hour. So actually, let's do that right now. Let's kick off a vote. And then you guys can vote for it. It was a study day, focused on colors today. Nice. I'm also working on colors. So lately, so what were you working on in regards to colors? Because I've been doing some cool lighting. Not neat, not cool as in like, this is radical, man. But like cool as in, you know, like blue. or less warm than the surrounding area. So, like this, I've been focusing on some cooler lighting. So this is something I did last stream, and I wanted to do more today. You said, I don't speak or understand English, but I'm going to use your thumbnails as an example. Is that okay? Yes, Archie Bonnie. Yes. Yes, that's okay. Yeah, it's okay to use it as an example. Oh, I don't know why I did that on YouTube. Hold on, I just typed that on YouTube. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, anyway. Yeah, that's okay. You can use my thumbnails as an example. Try to credit me though. Like if you post it, if you post them somewhere or are using it as an example for something, like I don't know, just showing someone, like just credit me and just, you know, say like this is this person's. Don't be like I made this, right? Don't claim ownership of it. But yeah, no, yeah, you're happy to. I'm happy. You know, you can use art if you want to do a paint over. If you want to take a painting and paint over it, you know, do something with it. That's fine too. Ah, what's happening? We got another raid by Ronald P. Maxwell. Okay, also, but first, art tax. Landscape made from shapes. Oh, these are good. Look at these. Hold on. Okay, we've got some more stuff. 1 second. Colors today. Art tax. Landscapes from shape. I love that you're doing landscapes, by the way. Burnt and burned are generally solvable. Burned is generally associated with American English, whereas burnt is associated with British English. I didn't know that. I feel like I do use them in different cases. Burnt feels like I'm talking about present tense. Like, my toast is burnt. I don't think I would say my toast is burned. But I would say I feel like if I'm talking about something I do, then I am burning something, thus it is burned, right? I burned my toast, but my toast is burnt. So if I'm talking about toast, it's burnt. If I'm talking about something I am doing to my toast, it is burned. Anyway, yeah, these are great, by the way. Very, very naturalistic colors. I like it. I love this landscape thumbnails. I like these. These are nice. It's also nice to see you do landscapes. That's cool, Ike. And then I did some clothing defined by shape. Ooh, nice. I like the shapey stuff. Very cool, Ike. I like this a lot. Can you guys see this? Wait. Yeah, you can. This is Ike's work. If you like what you see, it is Ike. Ike Man 5000. A big part of the practice was to try and guess the color by eye. Yeah, that's a good exercise. I think it's really fun to try to do it when you have lots of gradients. Gradients make it so tricky, because like it gets to the point where, but color is weird. 10 minutes each, nice. Yeah, these look great. Nice work. World builders be here. They do be. Welcome in, Ronald. Ronald, you know the drill. Share that art. Share your art tax. I want to see what you were doing. If you guys don't know Ronald, who just also rated us, Ronald does a lot of world building. He does like a game kind of thing, a live game where things happen to the world, and then he draws them. But also he just has a giant collection. Giant encyclopedia. It's not an encyclopedia, but it's a giant collection of world building stuff, whether it's biomes and creatures and cultures. And as he design, if he wants to paint a creature, he might pick a biome or a culture and he'll design a creature for it. And then he plops it into his Discord where he has all the things. And there's just tons of work, just lists and lists and rows of different, categories that he's designed things for. So many different like species and cultures and classes and everything. It's very cool. It's very inspiring. So yeah, Ronald's great. And Ronald, Ronald shared some work. Ooh, it's a tree. I like it. I love the lighting. Look at that lighting. Speaking of colors. Love that color poking through. And also that there's like, it's so tall, it's misty. You can see the fog. Like the tree almost vanishes in that yellow fog. That's cool. Also, I like the stripes on these. I will say, are these rocks or... Because I know some rocks are like that with these stripes, but they could also be mushrooms. And I know once you say it, I'm going to be like, oh, duh. Part of me wants to say they're rocks with the stripies. Like in, Oh, they're roots. Okay, they're tree roots. Gotcha. Yeah, the atmospheric perspective, there is a little bit of a weird value thing, but I can see the roots up top. I think it's a little light, but I think it works. It works well enough for me to know what I'm looking at. It's a little bit light, probably. Because if you don't see that there's tree branches up there, then it's hard to make it out. But it looks like a dense fog. Like if there was a thick cloud layer and it wasn't... So instead of like an even atmospheric perspective, it looks very abrupt. Like a cloud literally just wafted through the treetops. But otherwise, I think it looks good. This is very cool. I like the colors. I also like all the little details. Like there's like a little spider web thing up there, it looks like. Are there spider creatures living in this tree? Oh. Oh, that's cool. Okay. That explains it. I like that. That's really cool. Oh, there are spiders living. That's a nice detail. Oh, this is cool. Look at these roots. They're very square. That oh, okay. That totally looks like that. Yeah, I like it. This is also just a tough thing. This is where I think world building doesn't always work super well in single images. At least like in illustrations. Whereas like this is like a design, right? This shows the design a little better. In a single image like this, because the focus isn't on the roots, it's hard to exactly tell what we're looking at. But when you already have context of what it is, it's like, oh yeah, of course that's what it looks like, you know? And so that's always a bit tricky where you're doing like a, the focus here looks like it's, on the tree and on the height, the scale, the atmosphere, right? The lighting. It doesn't look like the focus is on the roots, and so they're just kind of background, but you don't have enough of them in different sizes and shapes and views and angles and lighting for us to really know what they are. But also it probably doesn't matter because like this could be a supplemental image to a greater body of work. And so not every piece of, like if this were concept art for the roots, then no, maybe it wouldn't work. But I think it works as like an illustration of the tree. I think it's cool. I like it. I like having both those side by side too. It helps. Also, that's a big tree. 150 feet. That's really neat. I love that stuff. It's always so inspiring. Okay, let's vote. Democracy. Let's do some voting. I'll make a straw poll here in a moment. And by in a moment, I mean, there's a face. I was ranting about this tweet a moment ago, or at the start of stream. Straw poll. Let's do that. Create poll. Vote. We're doing this a little later, but we have all 9 options today, which is wild. We never have 9 options. But you are allowed to vote for multiples. I don't know how well this is going to go because we have so many options and so few people voting. I don't know how this is going to work. And I say so few, but I mean, we did just get a ton of new people coming in from Ronald's stream and Ike's stream. So it's not that few people, but relative to 9 options, if you have like 15 people vote, that's like a little over 1 per person anyway. But yeah. So I'm very grateful for the raids. Ike, thank you so much for coming in. I'm going to turn my face off for a moment while I put this on screen so you guys can see him. So yeah, if you want to vote, there's a straw poll. I'm going to vote. I don't know what ones I'm going to vote for. Let's see. Let's go through them. 1, 2, 3, not really. Not liking them. I like 5. 5 would be fun to work on because I'm only going to work on them for about an hour. 7 I could refine more. 6 I could probably add quite a bit to. 8 needs too much work. 9's kind of fun. I think 5, 6, or 7 for me. Those are the ones I'm voting for. We've got a couple people voted. 5 have voted. So far, 7 is in the lead. You like 7 and 8? Yeah, 8 would be fun, but I think for an hour, I just don't know what I would do to it. And it, like, 7, there's a bit of story going on. 6 and 5, there's, architecture. I can always define things, Also, there's rocks, and rocks I can always carve out and shape and, do all that. Yeah, 8 just needs too much work for it to be something that's really appealing for me. Technically, 1 I could work on. 4 is interesting. I don't really know where I would take it, but I could definitely find... I think it would probably stay very loose if I work on it more. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with today's sketches. And of course, because I only have an hour, I'm not going to bother finding any references for these. I'm just going to keep going. Ice Ice Baby, yeah. We've got a few votes in. We've got 12 people voting. Thank you all for the votes. I like to choose the ones that are different, a little different than normal. Oh, hey, Strom Eagle. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. It makes it fun. It's funny how everybody has different voting like criteria. Like some people are voting based on color. Some people, if they see a story or like a oh, there's a character in 7, let's vote for that one. Sometimes it's like, oh, there's only one, pink image. Let's both those are 7. The one with the character and the one that's pink are both 7. But sometimes it's like, if I paint like a whole bunch of desert scenes and one underwater one, someone's like, I like that one, it's different. But sometimes it's the one that's a different color, or it has different shapes, or the composition's a little different than what I normally do. But sometimes it's just, it's a cool idea and people want to see it. You like 9 because there's so much potential? I'd like to think there's potential in all of them. We were talking about this earlier, the difference between like an idea and developing and making choices and pushing the idea. So like having an initial idea and then developing the idea. And developing it is, to me anyway, goes hand in hand with doing the design. You push ideas, you ask questions, you say, I'm at a fork in the road, which one do I take and why? And then you're like, well, this one does this and this does this. I think I want to push my idea down this road, right? And then you take that road. And now your idea has been developed, and also you've executed on it, and then you keep going. And like the execution is fundamental to the development of the idea. Because you have, unless maybe with the exception would be if you know the medium so freaking well. Like if you know your medium so well that you can think in terms of the medium and you can make choices in that medium and you can predict every single possible problem that you might have before it happens, and you can solve. I mean, at that point you might as well have just done the work anyway. But I just think it's yeah. So I'd like to think all of these have potential in that way, that you can start anywhere and just start asking questions like, what am I doing here? What is the point of this image? What direction do I want to push it? And depending on the answer, it'll turn into something good. But yeah, all of these look like, some of them are just a mess right now. Some of them look kind of cool or could go somewhere neat. Like, yeah, I could definitely see 9 ending up somewhere neat. The cool rock shapes, thanks. In 7, yeah, I could see 7 being a thing. Also, how long have I been sitting here? 5 minutes ago. Okay. 13 people voted. That's good. Oh, it's a tie. We need a tie break. 4 and 7. You vote. You decide. This reminds me of the epic battles of history. Here, let me close these. 4 and 7. First person. Nope, you get a vote. You have to click the link. If you haven't voted yet, you get to decide. It's not a tie break in chat. People can't. Everyone's spamming 7. It looks like 7's gonna win. It looks like the people want 7. Is the one dissenter, the one person who's just okay, 7 won. I was gonna say, is there gonna be one person who just shows up all groggy-eyed? What's going on? I see people are voting 7. Let me hit 4. No, it looks like people voted 7. Okay, 7 it is. 7's a good one because I'm only gonna work on these for about an hour. Let me bring back my face. There we go. Time's up. Has that said that the whole time? Time is not up. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna merge visible, which is not a thing I like doing. And then just putting this right here. And actually leaving the border. I've been trying to do this more lately where I leave the border because it shows that it's in like the rough, slightly rough state. And I think it makes it look... I feel like it changes how people look at it a little bit. Whereas if you present it as like a final finished product, then it's going to look, you know, people will view it as that. And I think having that border, I don't know. And maybe it's like a weird psychological game that I'm playing. But I do like the idea of presenting it with this border around it. It makes it feel like a looser sketch. And that's kind of what I want it to stay as, right? I mean, I'm still going to refine it a little bit. But mostly it's more of a clarifying refinement. Like, you know, making these shapes, you know, the edges a little more crisp. In some places. You know, it's funny. We were talking about doing cool lighting today. This is not cool lighting. It's very warm lighting. In fact, we don't really have much cool at all in this scene. Is that the stick man? That is the stick man! We've got stick man. The stick salesman. Doing stick man stuff. Walking along, adventuring. Looks like he's on a journey. Or she, I don't know. Stickman can be a she. I feel like Stickman is gender neutral. It's like a... I don't know. Feel like it is, anyway. Probably could use better words to describe it, but I like it. Has a bit of a cloak. And some pointy legs. There. I like that. That's fun. Yeah. We probably should put some shadows. So where's the light coming from? I mean, I guess just underneath it. Like here. Or it could be coming from the backside. Like that. And then all of this. Little bit sunset vibes. Not amazing, but it's not terrible. Right now, I think the shadows are a bit intense. I think it probably also doesn't help that the lighting feels intense, even though it's also very atmospheric. And so it's like, what's happening here? Is this direct light with the sun? And if so, where's the sun? You know, should we have like a bright light up here? And if so, do we want... You know, and also there's like a blue sky. And we know it's a blue sky because the shadows are blue. And so like, what's happening? Why are the shadows blue? I am afraid of losing some of that whimsy from all that red light. So I'm gonna add a little bit of cool to that sky just to make the shadows a bit more make sense. Sort of harmonize some of the colors. But I think some of this gray up here is kind of fun. Maybe I can work some of that into the background. Oh, I just lost the person's head. There, they have a nose. It's a little detail. Person without nose or with nose? I think without nose. We could give him like the what do you call it? The Squidward nose? Isn't that no, Squidward nose flops down, doesn't it? Like this? That's the Squidward nose. I don't know what Squidward looks like, actually. All I know is the nose. I don't think they need a Squidward nose. Okay. I can't remember the last time I watched a SpongeBob episode. It's been a long time. He's on the way to find the secret formula for the secret Krabby Patty recipe. Yeah. Squidward doesn't care about the Krabby Patty recipe, does he? Or does he? I don't actually know. I feel like that was the other guy. I feel like Squidward wouldn't care. He couldn't care less about the Krabby Patty recipe, right? Maybe I'm wrong. There's another SpongeBob episode coming out. Wait, are people into SpongeBob these days? I actually don't know. I didn't know that. That one episode. Oh, is there an episode where he was obsessed with it? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see it. I haven't seen much of it, to be honest. I just thought it was always the green guy, Plankton, or whatever his name was. Plankton is so funny. Yeah, I think it seemed like a fun show. I never really watched much of it. Growing up, it was on TV, but we didn't have cable because my parents didn't want to pay for cable. And also I think more it was that they didn't want to spend a lot of money on a TV. Because we didn't have a good TV. So we had like a big old TV and it could get regular network television, but we didn't have like a cable box or whatever. And so they didn't want to pay for it, and so we never had cable. Also, I think they thought that like TV was bad for you, like it was gonna rot your brain out or something, which maybe they were right. I don't know. But so I could only watch TV at a neighbor's house, and so I watched a little bit of it, but not much. My parents didn't like yeah, they didn't really like us watching too much TV, which is funny because I think at some point I then became addicted to video games and computer. But I think that happened because it was like I don't know. I'm not sure why. I mean, maybe they just knew our personalities well enough. They knew that we would become addicted. Here's Sponge. Oh, see, for us, growing up, it was on Nickelodeon. I think it was Nickelodeon, and that was cable only. I'm gonna bring in some of that blue light in here. Alright, I'm out of tea. Rest in peace. This is one of the first times I've drank all my tea in this stream. I normally have a bunch extra. I don't know why, but I kind of chugged it earlier. I think I was extra thirsty. is all that ranting. Okay, I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna add a lot of this blue light in here into the tree. I don't know if that's a good thing. Probably not. I'm trying to think how I want to do this though. Video game addiction might just be because you didn't learn to self-regulate that stuff growing up. Exactly, right? You said it better than I could have. That's what I was trying to get at. It's like, because we didn't have it growing up, it ended up being worse. Yes, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of joking. I don't really know if it's actually... I mean, I don't think it's really video game addiction. So, like, for example, like, I do play a crap ton of games, but... yeah, I also dive really deep into, like, art, and I think for me it's more of, I really crave the, like, I like doing things on my own, right? I've always liked doing things on my own, and games are perfect for that, right? It's the, like, same reason I do art, right? Again, I think it's whatever makes me like games is the same thing that, like makes me like art. It's that doing a thing where I have control over it. My losses and my failures are on me because I'm the one making the choices. I can push myself as hard or not as hard as I want. Yeah, it's great. But also, like, there is an aspect of, like, doing things with other people, and team games were great, right? A lot of my social connections I made and were through video games as well, but, like, also in art, right? Art has a community too. And so, yeah, I feel like video games and art for me are... and funny now, like, growing up, a lot of the games that I play are very... creative problem-solving games. Like, lately I've been playing a lot of Teamfight Tactics, which is you basically learn all these different things. Here, I'm just gonna draw on my screen here for a second. Who needs this painting? You learn all these different things, and then you make a choice, and then you have to start making choices and going, like, do I make this choice or that choice? And, oh, well, I'm going to combine these two bits of knowledge that is going to let me make this choice. I'm going to go down this path. And then, another choice, 3 options, Which choice do I go? Well, based on my knowledge of these game mechanics, I can decide that this is going to be most important, and I'll go this path. And it's like complex juggling of different knowledge and making creative decisions a little bit. It's very similar to Magic the Gathering. Again, a very creative game if you're doing any deck building or anything. And a lot of the games that I play end up having that. I mean, even like Minecraft has a creative element. Obviously, it has a creative element. There's a lot of creative decision-making stuff that happens in video games. Not all games, of course. But I've always been drawn to the more creative decision-making games. Even the competitive games, that I've played have a lot of, like... you're still basically controlling your own units, you're responding to what your opponent's doing, but they're not, it's competitive, so it's not like you don't have to work with them, you're working against them, right? So yeah, I've always liked that. And art's very different. Or you have addictive personality. Yeah. I probably do have an addictive personality. But it's the thing that I'm addicted to is the, like, it's not like I like all games, right? Some games are dreadfully boring, and I would rather do literally anything else than play those games, and so I don't, right? And so, yeah, I think I do have addictive personality, probably, but I don't know if that's a bad thing. I don't mind being addicted to art. I also don't mind... I mean, I don't think it's really an addiction. I kind of joke, and maybe, maybe depending on how you view it, it is. But I guess if that's the case, I would argue that maybe not all addictions are bad. I don't know if it's a bad thing. Right? I don't think just because I really like a thing and it, ends up being a a hobby and I'm choosing, like, I am choosing, right? I am choosing to spend a lot of my time doing that. And I don't think it's a bad thing. It's a choice. I'm making a choice. I recognize it as a choice. And so, you know, if we're... I don't like using the word addiction because I think addiction implies bad. Which maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't inherently. But I think to the general, you know, person listening, addiction equals bad. And so I don't like to use... I don't think that word is a good word when it's used in terms of, like, you know, substance abuse and things that you are, you know, you can recognize is harmful and still it can ruin your life. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, if video games or art addiction is ruining my life, then obviously that's a problem and we should call it as such. But I think calling it, I don't know, it feels like a loaded word. But maybe that's just me being semantics. Yeah, if it consumes your life and interfering with your life. Yeah, but, like, you know, if you're content with that and you're saying this is my life, right? Is that bad? Like an artist who is addicted to making art and maybe it consumes their life, but they're like, this is also, I'd rather have this, I'd rather live with the addiction than without the addiction. Like, you know what I mean? Like, isn't it, I don't know. I think with something like that, where it's just very much a choice, it's weird. That's when I call it a passion. Yeah, at that point, it's a passion or obsession. Like, yeah, I think that's a better word than addiction. I don't like using the term addiction because one, I recognize it's a choice, and two, I choose to keep doing it. And also, I'd like to think I could do something else if something else came along that I'm more interested in. Like, I would be happy to stop... No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be happy to stop doing art. But, like, I don't think I have to do art. I like to. It's a conscious choice. So, yeah. Not a fan of the term addiction for that. More like passion or... I don't know. It is weird, though, because if you say I'm passionate about video games, that just sounds like some coping, right? Like, is anyone gonna buy it? Because, like, when people say passion about something, it feels like it needs to be a good thing, or else people are gonna think it's just an addiction. Like, being passionate about a bad thing is an addiction. Being passionate about a good thing is a good thing. Like, oh, that's what a noble thing to do, or what a great endeavor. You know, you're passionate about art and learning and all that. Oh, you're passionate about video games? Ugh, nerd. Like, you know, like, it's just this kind of maybe a bit of a double standard. I mean, both of them, in case of art, is like a thing that I'm choosing to do with my time, you know? Like, this is a choice. Anyway, didn't need to get into the philosophy of addiction and passions. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's that I want to stop and can't. Now, there are times where, like, you sort of catch yourself, and I do this sometimes with, like, random things, like, you know, I'll be browsing Instagram, and before I even realize it, I'm, like, looking at reels that I swear I never clicked on, and now I'm just, like, in an endless reel hell, and I'm like, wait, I don't want to be doing this, and then I stop, right? But sometimes video games do feel like that, where, like, I realize, oh, crap, I've been playing and I'm actually not having fun. Oh, I should probably quit. And then I quit, right? Like, I don't know. But there is sometimes where, like, you go a little too long, and then you're like, oh, I actually didn't spend my day very wisely, you know? Like, that, you know, in hindsight, I'll look back and be like, okay, maybe I wasted a little bit too much time playing games today. But, like, overall, I don't totally regret it, but, like, maybe a little bit. And so, like, there's probably a point where it's a little unhealthy, or at least it's a little against my interests, or, like, what I want to be doing. But it's not bad. Like, it's a subtle amount, right? That's how I describe it. I probably sound like an addict. I think I sound like an addict, don't I? Okay, so maybe I have a problem, but it's not that bad. Right, guys? As I am on my 17th hour-long game of the day. Totally. Says every addict in denial. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes I have a little too much and it's a problem, but most of the time, I have it totally under control. Oh gosh, I think I'm a addict. So what if I painted until my arm was sore the next day? That's not a, that's not a problem. Like that's just, it happens sometimes. Too much art. Joe is digging his grave. Maybe. No, like streaming. I think I don't know if I'm addicted to streaming. But it's definitely a passion. Like I love streaming, hanging out with everybody, making art, talking about making art, talking about just art adjacent stuff, getting into rants. It's great. I love it. I don't think I'm addicted in the sense that like I'm very a big believer on sticking to my schedule, and I don't really want to add another day, so I don't. It's not like I'm just streaming all the time, every minute of every day. And also, when I'm not streaming, I don't think too much. Actually, funny enough, when I'm not playing games, I think less about games than I do like art. Where if I'm not doing art, I'm thinking about doing art a lot, right? Whereas with games, like I don't think about games at all when I'm like at work. But then I get home and I'll just play tons of games. And so I always thought that like some people like yeah, so I feel like games are purely just like a thing that I really enjoy doing. Whereas like art feels in some ways more like an addiction because it's sort of like I feel like I'm drawn to it even more. Like even though I do it less, right? I probably do less art than I play games by quite a bit. No, maybe not quite a bit, by a bit. For sure a bit. But art somehow feels more like an addiction because like if I found more things to do with my time, video games is what would go, right? Whereas art would stay. I would still do art. I would still make the time for art. Art would be the thing that I absolutely have in my life still. Gaming is like it fills the spaces, so if my schedule is empty, I'll play games. If my schedule is full, I won't play games, right? If I have a bunch of things to do in a day, I won't even touch a video game. And so video games just like fill my time kind of. But I'm not planning around it. I'm not pushing things aside. I'm not blowing off like meetings or my job calling in sick to play video games, right? Like I'm not doing that. Sorry, I stayed up too late playing games. Never, I don't think that's ever happened. Except that one time I took 3 days off for the release of Path of Exile. But that was scheduled. I scheduled that one. So yeah, I think in games I'm happy. I'm confident enough to say it's not a real addiction. Art might be though, but I don't know. It's control. I don't think it's not an out of control one. It's a controlled substance use. responsible use, I should say. Okay. I like this shape. Let's add some shadows under here. I mean, this is the closer one, so it should probably be darker. But speaking of video games, I am probably going to play games immediately after stream. Maybe not immediately. My brother doesn't know it yet, but he might play games with me tonight. We might play some Teamfight Tactics. I don't know what he's up to. He may have no intention of doing that, but if he's available, I'll do that. I'll ask him. Oh! Hydrate, thank you. I had a little bit. Ooh, and a posture check too. Which games? I've been playing some Teamfight Tactics lately. That's been my drug of choice lately. Been a lot of fun. It reminds me a little bit of Magic the Gathering in a way. It's sort of it has a perfect blend of like competitiveness, but also it's like a solitaire game in a way that like you don't really interact with people. And so it's kind of this nice like you are competing against people, but you don't really have to worry about what they do, and what they do doesn't affect you, and like there's nothing to rage at. You can't get angry at other people because like they're just making choices and you're making choices, and like if your choices are worse, then you'll lose, but like you're not. I don't know, it has a nice cozy vibe where it's very chill, just fun. No idea what to do with my 97,000 points. You could get a print. Drefzilla says, with me, it's like I sometimes get really sucked into a game and then I play it for a few weeks, 5 hours a day, but then I go months without playing any or playing really casually. You know, that's funny. That's exactly what I did with Dave the Diver. I played, so I basically binged that game every waking moment, and then, you know, for like an entire week or two, I think I played like, I don't know, I think I've played like 60 hours in it. So probably like a week and a half, almost like 8 hours a day. Like pretty much, it was like a full-time job. And then a week and a half later, or 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, I don't know how long, probably like 3 weeks. I just didn't play any games for like another month. And then I did other stuff. And then I'm back into playing, you know, but some of the games I do play are more regular, like anything that's slightly competitive. It's more just like I can just kind of play a game now and then. It's not like I'm trying to complete a game or finish a game or do a story or anything. I definitely get more, like, I binge games more when there's story, when there's achievements. But if they're games that are just like, you know, a game of League of Legends or something, I don't play League of Legends. But if I did, I'd, you know, it'd be like, oh, I'm going to play a game now, and I can just fill up the time. It's hard to fill up the time with a game that you want to get invested in. So yeah, it kind of depends on the kind of game for me. But thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I'm sitting upright. I think I'm sitting upright. I should probably sit up more upright. More upright. You can always be more upright. Just, this is not how I normally sit. This is uncomfortable. I like this. Some of these shapes are kind of weird. Maybe we go in here with this lighter color. Can be the knot in the tree trunk. The knotty trunk of the bark. I don't normally do like texture and stuff, but I think in this it would be okay to put texture in this tree. Maybe there's one here too. There, something like that, maybe. And then there's a door, so let's paint the door in. I know sometimes I don't do a lot of painting of the doors. There. There's a door. You can get the underside of the door. Or not the underside, but the crack. That occluded area. Trying to paint some of this bark of the tree. Cool lighting of warm environment. Yeah, it's kind of fun. I like it. I'm having a good time with it. Also, the shape here doesn't quite read right, but I think we can do this. If I do it right, it'll work. Trying to add a little bit of texture and shape. Some big shapes, lots of loose brush strokes. I don't want to do anything too loosey-goosey, or too like soft and indecisive. I do want to make choices and make them just, decisive decisions. Like here, I think we can go underneath. No, maybe not. I feel like this top one, though, we do need to go a little bit more. Yeah, I don't not advise doing texture in trees. At least not in like the early stages. But I think in this it's okay. It's okay because I'm doing it? No. I think it's okay because this is kind of like I'm focusing a little bit more on the design of this tree, and also there's a stylization and it's pretty simple. Like I'm kind of already done with the rest of it, and so it's really just about the tree. I don't know. I think if I were any earlier in this image, I wouldn't want to go too much into, you know, like I'm not going to do the detail on this tree back here too much. Maybe some super subtle and light ones, but really this one's more about the shapes. This one can be about the design a little bit more. I don't know. It's to me it's a balancing act of like how much detail do you want to put in places. Also, that earlier question, I think it was by Rosie, suggested with the green and the pink. Actually, this whole painting was art directed by Rosie. Unintentionally art directed by Rosie. But yeah, good choices all around, I think. These are going to be softer back here. Less detail, more merging shapes. Some shapes around here. I'm trying to think about like what's happening here. Are these roots? Probably not too many roots. They're putting a little bit of an extra one here. A little bit of a knobby one just off to the side here. Looks a little bit like a palm tree. I don't know if I like. But I do think I need some smaller shape breaking up, so that's what I did there. Nope. That's not a good shape. That shape is blending in with the crack. I want to keep the cracks and the vines separate. Compositionally is nice. Thanks. Yeah, I was a little unsure on this corner part. I thought maybe just going like that. But I wanted to make it look like we could actually tell that this crack, like there's more. Or like how to do the foreshortened. I almost feel like extending it a little bit more this way and doing like another foreshortened thing. It doesn't look too much like a palm tree in context. Yeah, I don't think it does either. But the shape kind of looks palm tree like though, with the drooping things. Like especially if I went like this with the little branches, it looks a little palm tree like. But yeah, it's not bad. I can also make these shapes a little bit more droopy. And more, give more character to them a bit with them hanging down. Maybe some more negative shapes. These two are kind of mimicking, though, and I don't know if I need them both the same. I like it. I think it's fun. It's kind of a lot of like smudging in and blending a lot of these shapes, just very, very lightly. Light brush, light touches, nothing fancy. But yeah, I like it. I would totally play a game with an environment like this. Has a nice vibe to it, you know? I'd like to think that there's, you know, there's a vendor or a shop in here. They sell things like potions. The potion shop. It's not a very good graphic for a potion. There. Or do we go lighter? I don't know if I go lighter or darker for the graphic. I don't know. I think darker. To make it feel like it's carved into the wood. Actually, no. We go the opposite. For sure. And then the dark is the... like the rings. There. I think that's the way to do it. Does that look like a potion? Maybe darker would have been better. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. This is not like a final concept or anything for anything, right? We didn't even have an idea. All I know is it looks like a 3D platformer with like you're wandering through this area. There's a couple little shops here. It's probably not a main town, right? This would be like the side area, and like off to the side, it's some secret alchemist's area where like, you know, the overpriced stuff, but kind of rare. So it's like the, you know, specialty shop, not your random, you know, beginner item spot. This is like the one, you know, it has that one item for like 1,000,000 coins, and you're like, why is it so expensive? But it's like, it must be really good. That's what this is. This is that spot. You guys know what I mean, right? Everybody's seen that spot in a video game. There's like that one random trader. It's like I mean, in Minecraft, right? Obviously, it's like there's the wandering trader, but like the equivalent of a wandering trader, right? That one random store. Yeah, Pokemon had it, I think, in the original. I think you could buy the original bike. No, but you couldn't actually get that because it was for 1,000,000, but you could only get 999,999. I don't think you could ever actually get the 1,000,000, right? You had to get the bike through the ticket or whatever, I think. But that was kind of but I think some games do have like that one item that's ludicrously priced. I know a game like Stardew has it with like the, you know, things like the thing that makes your like weeds stop growing, where it's like it's super late game. It's sort of like the stretch goal of the game. I think that's what it is, isn't it? Like the monument or the idol or whatever you call it. I don't remember. The wizard stuff. Yeah, exactly. The wizard stuff. Golden Clock, yeah, all that, right? Those are like the things that you're not like getting those early. They're like your just the super late game stuff, right? I think a lot of games have stuff like that because it's like again, the stretch goals, the things that are going to keep the players playing for a long time, the people who are, to make it feel like you still are gaining something by playing, even though you've beaten the game, right? You've done all there is to do. There's just that one thing that's like wild. Anyway, that's what this is. You find it in like the random dude in here. You never did? No, I never got the wizard stuff. I played for like 2 years, I think. Not literal years, but like in-game years. I completed the community center. And that's it, basically. I basically played till I completed the community center. I didn't play much past that. I think I did some Steam achievements. I started doing all the cooking ones, but then I lost track and I was missing some, and I didn't know which ones I was missing because I didn't know how to look it up. And I was going through every recipe systematically, but like somewhere along the line, I goofed up. And so I don't know if there's a way with the island. Ginger Island? I've played Ginger Island, yeah. Is that the one? It's been a while. But yeah, I've played it. Or is there a different island? You mean the island zone? Like the island base? Okay, gotcha. I guess it was the beach, wasn't it? It has a lot of... Yeah, it does. Anyway, it's been a while since I've played Stardew Valley. It is a great game, though. Highly recommend it if anyone has never played it. I like how this still kind of has like sketchy vibes, but also it's totally not. But we are right at the 4-hour mark. So I feel like I did good today. I stayed on schedule. We didn't go over time, at least I haven't yet. I say as I'm approaching that. Yeah. I quite like it. Yeah, we did 9 thumbnails. Yeah. For those who don't know, we did... If you're watching this after the fact or something, or just skip to the end, we did 9 thumbnails. What is this poll for? Oh, Omi, that was on YouTube. That I don't know if it has timestamps on YouTube, but that was like an hour ago. We voted on which thumbnail is going to work on, and number 7 won. So this thumbnail won the vote, and then we worked on it. This is the kind of the normal format of the stream. Is I do a bunch of thumbnails, we vote on one of them as a community, and then I work on one. So this one won. This was the winner, and then we worked on it. So this is where we ended up. Also, I'm gonna cheat here. There we go. I'm artificially painting in the border because it wasn't there. Anyway, that's a fun one. Good time to stop. I'll sign it right down here. Actually, which way do I like it? Like this or like this? I think like this. You voted for 7-2? Nice. There we go. Yeah, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. I had fun working on this one. We didn't really know what it was at the start. Just kind of a fun floating island. But sort of having that
that goal or that lore of like, oh, what if it's a potion shop or it's a little secret island shop? Somebody asked if there were doors, if these were places that you could go into. Yeah, little huts. This one I don't know if quite is the right scale. I think maybe the door should have been taller to make the proportions the same. But I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for hanging out. I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be on Thursday. And yeah, 11 a.m. Pacific time. I'm typically pretty punctual. I also have a Discord and a Patreon. So if you want to support me on Patreon, you can. You don't need to, obviously, but it's patreon.com/jstiller30. And yeah, and all the support is very welcomed and very much appreciated. So just thanks for being here. That's enough support, to be honest. So for those of you who hung out, lurked, chatted, I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thanks.